Okay, welcome everybody, members of the city council, members of the budget committee, and I think I saw there's one counselor out there. If anybody else is watching or will watch later. This is something new we're trying to do involving the budget committee even earlier than normal. Thank you for taking the time to join us. And again, anybody that watches this later, but we're going to hear from all of the department heads, I guess all of them, this morning and into this afternoon. And we want to hear what your plans are for what you'd like to see in the next budget, as well as, maybe a little update of what things are happening right now. So, Spencer.
Well, I'll kick this meeting off. A little explanation of what we've been planning and discussing, the purpose of this meeting. So we are on the administrative side and with our working with our department heads, heavy into putting our budget document together. We'll be ready to present a draft of that to the budget committee at our first meeting in April. During the month of February and or March, we're going to have 2 meetings just to do the nonprofits that we typically do. But we wanted to, last year we had a meeting with all the department heads that presented to the city council. We wanted to do that again this year. And we thought it made sense to invite any members of the budget committee that want to participate. As many of the things we'll be discussing will have budget impacts. That will help you to be a more informed budget committee member once those things come up. So the purpose of this meeting is not necessarily to walk through, here are my 5 budget requests, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and my justifications and whatnot. What I really ask our department heads to do is take a step back, look at the bigger picture. So they want to discuss a little bit, an introduction to their department, reminder of what services they provide, and then spend some time talking about significant issues, challenges, and their priorities for next year. With that, there may be some discussion of different budget requests that you'll be seeing in April that tie back to challenges they're facing or their priorities, but that's not necessarily the details we want to spend too much heavy time on. Well, once we jump into the actual budget document in April, that's where we plan to really dive into more details of those requests. So we've got the opening act ready to go, and we'll turn the time over to our fire department.
So I just want to start by saying thanks to the council and budget committee members for letting us present this. If you don't know, I'm the fire chief, Joey Daniels. I know we have budget committee. We have my division chief in prevention, also runs the lifeguards, Genesee Dennis, and the division chief of operations, David Rankin, which does all the rest of the operations and keeps the flow. And he'll be talking some of the budget stuff for impacts we have with our ambulance and stuff like that, the medical side we do. So we want to start out with this picture. I know you guys have heard a lot about our seismic that we're going to be undergoing here shortly, that currently our law enforcement's undergoing. So this was just a rendering picture of what our west side will look like to open this up. Oh, wow. Challenges we're having with the clicker. I'm just letting you know this is a cool feature, but it's a little nuts. Oh my! Oh, now it's going nuts. So we're not going to use it. It was a cool feature until I started using it. But challenges we are facing in the fire department are staffing. We've appreciated the support, but unfortunately we just have to keep, I feel like the person beating the drum every year about staffing, and it's unfortunate, but when we stay around 2,000 calls a year, that's where we're going to be, and probably more. That the challenge is a 24-hour staffing, and that's the model that we're going to have to go to in the future. So currently, you'll see that we have 8 career staff. We're not like what you watch on TV, and we're sitting around a table all the time shooting the cards or something. All of our staff have detailed jobs. We have all of our firefighters, like you look at Lieutenant Kiefer, has maintenance. So that means everything over there is getting maintenance he's dealing with throughout his work week. And the challenges of keeping things up and running can be very challenging with the dynamic fire department we do run with water rescue and rope rescue and lifeguards. As you guys walk through there, you'll see the dynamics. We do all out of one station. Lieutenant Plummer does our medical program. Currently, he's helping us run the ambulance program. He is, he's done a great job. But medical's a tough thing, and ambulances can be even tougher when you start dealing with Medicaid, Medicare, and all that fun alphabet soup when it comes with the states and feds. He figured he wound through it, but that is a way that we're having to get reimbursed for that ambulance. So again, those are challenges of having people do that, but it's a financial gain, so we keep wanting to do that.
I thought you were gonna contract with somebody to do the billings.
We do. We still have to deal with, we're not billing direct. What we're doing there is we're having to manage. So there's a lot of stuff that we have to keep paperwork on or reports to give for the reimbursements.
And you
Side.
have to learn ICD-9s.
No.
You have to learn ICD-9s and CPTs?
No, I was gonna talk a little bit about that on our side.
When we get to the
Okay.
ambulance one, he'll
Okay.
get that. But I'm just telling you what these guys are doing, but what, he has to go through all the med reports. So they
Got
meet the
it.
Medicare and Medicare reimbursement. We have the right information.
Right.
So
Okay.
Firefighter Killian, he does our prevention. He's also, so we have 2 sides of the week. We work 4/10s. Wednesday, we're all together. And he works on the other side and deals with maintenance issues. And he also works with the prevention department of making sure that Jen has some help with inspections, pre-planning, all that on all of our buildings, lock boxes. So there's a lot that goes into that system and that allows us to respond safely and know what the hazards are before we get there. Firefighter Verberg, he's our recruitment retention. He's currently grant funded. And he enters data. So all of our calls have to be entered into the system for a reporting purposes, so state and nationally for fire. And those are fun, as those guys will tell us all the time. So that's how we get the data to give also to the council. When you guys ask us, like response times, our insurance rating's a 2. We're one of the lowest in the state for ISO. And that's all because of all this information we keep, and they look at our response times and certification and all that. So it's important we keep that data up to date. And then firefighter Skirmerhorn, he does lifeguards also, and we'll talk about that a little later, and does data. And so that everybody thinks is a seasonal job. It's not seasonal. We're doing it all year trying to recruit, and Jen will talk more about that later, but as we get into the slides. But our biggest challenge now and into the future, and our number one challenge, is going to be staffing. We will have to go to a 24-hour model. What I mean is we'll have to have people sleeping at the station and responding. It's just, we have very little response except our career staff coming in at night or our interns. And we are still going to keep our intern program and possibly grow it to 2 per shift. But we can't, interns are something that takes 6 or 8 months to actually get them under, and we have to still respond to calls during that. And those turn over every 2 years. So we can't rely on that. They're great. They're a great asset, but we can't necessarily rely on that constantly as our staffing. Our number one nighttime responder, which is Jason Skirmerhorn. I'm sure you guys all know that name. He's retiring in July and he's moving away. So he probably covers about 20 nights a month. And so that means he's basically signed up to come in at night. And we always have one on-call duty officer, which was one of these career staff, is on call every night of the week. So sometimes, and a lot of times, it's only 2 people. It's one of us and an intern, and that's who you have at night. If it gets to be a bigger call of fire or something, we have different tones. We tone out what we call all call, and everybody comes in that we can get in. And fortunately, we on fires and stuff, we do a pretty good job, but we still have the other calls that we cover that may not be as appealing to show up to in the middle of the night. So that's where we're at. Unless you guys have any staffing questions, you want to ask them at the end. You never told us if we were going to go through the whole thing and then you guys can ask questions, or we can ask them during each. It's only 5 slides, so it's not like you guys can't answer it during the slide.
No, I don't.
You guys, if you want to talk about staffing, if you have questions about staffing, let's do it here.
Questions?
Well, I'm curious, have you projected out what you think you need in terms of staffing?
I have. We've looked into it pretty seriously. One thing we're monitoring right now is to the east of us. our mutual aid companies that come in to help us are not there really anymore. I think Hamlet's down to 4 or 5 firefighters. And currently Elsie is not operating as a fire department. They're being covered by the rest of us right now. They've got some issues going out there that we don't know about, but we just don't get a lot of staffing right there. And then Cannon Beach, who's actually went to this model, are doing 24-hour staffing. Currently with 1, and starting in March, they'll have 2 on. We're projecting that, you got to remember, if we say 3 a night, that sometimes you have to schedule 4 because someone's going to be on vacation, right? So if our minimum manning, I'll say that, is going to be 2 or 3, then we always have to have at least 1 more. So because someone's sick, injured, whatever, or we're going to be in a serious overtime issue. So there is projections based on, and I've given them to Spencer, based on current needs. We should, right today, I think, have 2 on a night. I really feel that's where we should be at minimum staffing. Then you'd have the intern on top of that. To really safely do any initial attack on a fire would be a 4-man crew, which is 2 in, 2 out, which NFPA requires us to do. Luckily, like I said, one of us, all of us, will come in, and usually if it's a fire, if we're in town, and which happens a lot, but we used to be a lot heavier on mutual aid and get a lot more assistance. And everybody's, not just us, struggling here. This is a nation problem. This isn't a Seaside problem. We are real fortunate with the volunteers we have, and we're always going to recruit. That's our goal. But I don't want the false sense of security that that's what a lot of our volunteers are probably going to retire out. I would imagine losing half a dozen in the next couple of years. We've already rotated a lot down to what we call auxiliary. So they know they can't fight fire. They don't do this, but they still come in for those calls to fill air bottles. So we're not utilizing them, but they've basically said, my body can't do this. It does beat you up a little. Some of us have had surgeries. So this is a job that does beat you up a little, but I think we just don't want to leave the city and let them think that this is going to be an ongoing, we're going to be able to maintain it. It's not functional. So I would feel 2-man minimum right now would be that. And I would have in the future, I'd say 3. And again, this is with our current operations. If for some reason we had to take on the ambulance side full time, we're going to have a different conversation, because that has to be staffed too. So I can't have that gone and nothing protecting the city of Seaside. So when I talked to Spencer about this is with current operations, utilizing it when we're available and have staffing, which is the ambulance side. And as a fire department would be a 2-man minimum. Currently, we don't have the staff to do that unless you put all of us on 24. So
If you went to that 2-man minimum, what does that do to 8? Does 8 become 10? What is?
so we would have to have, so the chiefs we'd have to have 6, 9 and 4 chiefs, 13. So
Thank you.
But yeah, that would be, at this point, one of our cost recovers is EMS, and that person's eventually going to have to stay with us on a 40-hour week, because being on a rotation, I can't see him, and we're doing the billing and the reporting. So we'll say 13 now, but it'd be 13 to 14. And then we do our own administrative assistance, so we don't have anybody doing all that. It's one of us doing that. So.
Chief, when you talk about a minimum of 2 men, is this paid staff?
Paid staff.
Paid staff, thanks.
You mentioned Verberg is grant funded. Is Schermerhorn also? So we have 2 of those, and that runs for 2 years and then it's over.
So technically, yes, it's actually Killian and Verberg. Killian was our last one hired. So Verberg is a 4-year fully granted. Killian is a 3-year fully granted. So those are the ones that we talked about last year. We put in the budget. Verberg's has some extra funding for us to get as we recruit to buy turnouts and some training they pay for. So we're taking advantage of that, and we'll bill them out once a year for the feds. The other one for firefighter Killian's job was by the state of Oregon funded, and they front loaded that. So they gave us all the money for 3 years up front. And so that's obviously helped out. But yeah, 2 of our staff are, well, actually Dave's partly on our levy too. So technically 3 of our staff are funded by this. So yeah, that's what we currently stand with grants and stuff.
This has been a ongoing situation, the numbers of volunteers going down. And we were talking, I joined the council in 2017 and there were basically 3 or 4 paid staff at the time, and we've gradually raised it up. And I think as we continue, we figure out how to do that, keep gradually increasing. And we did mention last year that I don't think it was a budget, it was during council workshop, that we are going to, at least for now, try to budget in every year until we get to the point those grants are over, we still have the funding in the budget for those positions.
Yeah, so where some of them have been front loaded and whatnot, but if we are going to be fully responsible for a granted position in say 4 years, this year we budgeted for 25%. This coming year we'll budget for 50%. Next year we'll budget for 75%. So that in year 4, it's already in there. We're not waiting until then to set those funds aside. That way, we've already made the decision, so we've already prioritized those expenses in those future years before any other new things we want to consider.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, this is an issue basically across the country, less and less volunteers, lives just get harder and harder. There was that generation that this was what they did, right? And it's harder to recruit them now.
Well, it
Especially when they're
really
retired.
started as a social environment back in the day. That's what it was. It was a social
Yeah.
place to go. And we have great volunteers, but they still make the same 200 calls or 300 a year. We just run 2,000. So the other ones have to be covered. And it's going to be an ongoing struggle. Like I said, Cannon Beach, we've all watched that, and they're currently in a hiring process, and we're lucky. I mean, we still have 15, 20 volunteers. Don't get me wrong. When we're unfortunate to have that, because most of the agencies I talk to are at 3 or 4
Right.
or better. But we also have to make sure that if we have an incident in Seaside, that we used to rely heavy on these mutual aid partners. And so to give you guys a quick idea, we used to have what we call 5 alarms. Every time we needed extra help, we called another alarm in. Well, the last 2 years, we went from 5, then 2 years ago, and we went to 3 because we didn't have enough. We didn't have enough people able to fill those. We are currently down to 2 alarms countywide. So when we go to a second alarm, that's it. We've depleted the county, and now we're going to reach out. Actually, Banks, if you guys know where that is, they're coming in to cover Seaside on the second alarm.
Wow.
So I
Our-
don't want to be the doom and gloom guy, but we're trying to do everything. We have Nehalem pushing up, but I also don't want to put people in a bad situation for us or the public of my guys, because they're going to work as hard as they can with what they have. But last year, November, we had a fire on Avenue I. And during that fire, I don't think a lot of people realize we had 3 chimney fires at the same time. So the guys on scene were begging for help, and I was actually taking help away from them to go fight the other fires. So thank God we didn't have any other losses on the other ones except the chimneys and issues to those. But the crews on scene, we went to what we called more of a defensive, which it was at that point. But we really had nobody to rotate out, and that was countywide pushing people around. So we just don't want to go in with blinders the next 5 years and go, why didn't you say anything to me, Chief? And I would say, I have been telling you this for
Yeah.
years. So, and how we fix that solution or work on it, that at least, I don't want to say buys us time, but I think we're a little behind the game. But it's been because the recruitment, I think that we've all tried and tried and tried, is just not working. And it's not just working, I think, in the fire service. I think recruiting for volunteers in general is a struggle that everybody is having. So
Yes.
the next one, I'll let Jen push it because it seems it doesn't like me. So we'll go from interesting stuff to our station remodel. Our seismic hopefully will start in March. It seems like everything now is either more expensive than ever was or is challenging. So our goal, if you guys, maybe Jen can shoot back to the first page, the first slide way at the front, because that gives us a better picture. So our goal as part of this future look, seismic is actually peaking our building to make the shift fine. And that's, so what we were looking at doing is we're adding 4 rooms up there. That's what those dormers are for on that side. And that's the area we're really going to focus on finishing this year as part of the seismic and the city commitment. So in the future, that really gives us 8 rooms, which, and I tell you, that gives us 6 interns right now, and then two extra rooms for if we end up with career staff. If we get more career staff as needed, we'd probably just go down to 3 interns and we'd still keep interns. We just shift the rooms. But those aren't guaranteed. We've been fortunate enough. We've won a couple of years. We only got 1 intern that applied. And then last year we were lucky. We filled all 4 positions. And then this next go around, it seems currently that we're lucky that we had 17 that applied. So maybe that's the word of how good the program and the staff are doing. And a lot of these guys are getting hired. That's the unfortunate part, is there's a lot of jobs out there. So they're getting hired after we teach them, but at least we get them for 2 years. And it's, for us, it's fun to see them go through that process and get hired. But we also have 2 or 3 still around that volunteer for us. And some of them get stolen by the other department in public safety, the police department. And so we have a lot of our former volunteers or interns working for our police department. So it does help us, and actually our public works. So it helps us all the way around because they're good people. I mean, so at the end, it's nice to see them stay here and help out. Any questions on our fire station remodel?
Does adding more capacity at the fire station, as far as people being able to sleep and live there, does that make it easier to hire or have interns because you can provide lodging?
Well, that's the only way we would hire interns, is we provide. So currently we have 4 rooms, and so we only fill 4. I don't think that we could fill them all. And even then, depends on what year they sit, or if they're all new, like this whole crew going in is going to be brand new. So basically in September to probably January, February, they're not going to be very useful. They can't go interior. There's a lot of laws we have to follow and certifications they have to have before they can go in. They'll be with us. It just, we can't really count them as part of the crew until they're got there. So yes, but I also see the staffing that if we will need to go for career in the future, I don't want to rob Peter to save Paul and add staffing for the full time and have to get rid of the intern, because then basically we're doing this rob Peter to save Paul. I'd like to have both, so it gives us an opportunity to grow on both sides. And during this process, because as you guys know, it seems like everything goes up a ton of money every year, that we had an opportunity with the seismic to peak that. Let's just finish that area. Jen's been working with me on this seismic, and the police department would do both those. They're very learning for us, because things have just, like I said, they've probably gone up even 150%. A lot of this stuff's gone up. Like fire trucks, when we bought our last fire truck for the city was $465,000, right? And I remember that last I heard, they're close to $1 million now. So just to give you an idea of what we're challenged with, because when we budget stuff or do programs like this, we're taking the number they gave us then, right? And as much as the city manager and the finance probably know, I hate being over budget, or I hate being not close. Some of these things aren't even close. And so we're challenged by either cutting back. We're having the same issue with our training tower, putting it up. So there's a lot of challenges that are unforeseen. So. Chief, he's very creative. Mine's the gray hair. So our next one we're going to go over is the ambulance. And I'm sure we could have some questions. I'm actually going to kick this football over to Division Chief Rankin, because him and Rick have done most of the work on here and just left me with paying most of it. So.
Thanks. Since he gave me a couple minutes to talk, I do want to highlight a couple other things besides just our ambulance program that we did this last year. And that was, we deployed to 7 wildfires around Oregon. We also put in service our new interface fire engine. And then we got another command rig for the fire marshal. And so the ambulance wasn't just the only program we were able to kind of get up and running this year, as well as getting our new training facility, which has finally arrived. And once we can figure out how to build it, we'll be putting that up into service, which would be awesome. So a lot of other things going on this year. So we started the ambulance program in 2022 at the end of the year, just looking, is this a feasible option for us? talking to the state, there's only been 2 agencies, us and Vernonia, that have started new ambulance programs in like the last 8 years. So they're not exactly out, all over the place.
No, it's more of a rural issue, right?
Ambulance staffing, I think, is an issue Oregon-wide, but definitely as you get more in the rural areas, away from the metro areas, it's more and more challenging, more geography to cover, less people working on the ambulances. So, yeah. We went live with transporting patients. November 7th was the date we had set with medics. And so we are subcontracting with medics. So essentially they ask for our ambulance if they're at level 0 staffing or extremely delayed. They've got multiple calls tying up ambulances. Part of the agreement was that they can ask us to go anywhere in the ambulance service area. We, although, have the ability to refuse it, usually to staffing if I don't have an advanced life support provider, or we've actually been requested several times to Warrenton. And the problem is on all those instances, I think there's been 3 of them, all the rest of the medics ambulances are up in Astoria, Napa, Warrenton. So we got to say no, because we need our ambulance down to cover this end of the county as well. So we finished November and December about 6 weeks worth with 12 transports and 6 refusals, unable to transport for those requests. So we originally were thinking when we went into this, we'd do 2 a month. So we did essentially 12 in less than 2 months. And then so far this year in January, we've already done 7 transports and had, I think, 3 or 4 refusals. So, that's about 20 times helping our community and our communities, because we've transported in Gearhart as well as down in Cannon Beach. So we're speeding up times for people that need to get to the hospital. And we're also speeding up times that we're getting our crews back into service, because now they're not sitting with a patient at their home waiting for an ambulance to show up. We can just take them to the hospital and be done with it, back in
Do you think
service.
the net result of that is positive by having the ambulance in that, saving that much time by not having the guys stick around there?
One of our biggest complaints, so we did a review on our volunteers, because we're always feeling the temperature with them, was, Chief, I can't spend an hour and a half sitting with a patient because it's not a priority call.
Yeah.
So they have to prioritize the calls of medics. So we could be sitting in a care facility for an hour and a half because they need transport. And we're like, yeah, yes, I think we'll see, we get more people to come in for calls because they know they won't be stuck there forever. Because it's not like we can say, I gotta go, and abandon them. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and remember, this is really technically the slow time of year, for ambulance transports. We're not seeing the summer crowds and the traffic, so.
Can I ask,
Yeah.
of the transports you're doing, what percentage would you say are, I'm gonna say sort of emergency, semi-emergency versus a sort of a routine transport? Because you just mentioned being in a care facility, waiting to transport somebody probably from the care facility back home or something like that.
Care
Which
facility.
would be the more of a routine.
Yeah, so like Chief mentioned, all of these transports are going to the hospital. We don't do the transfers back to a care facility. So these are all 911 calls that are coming in and being prioritized. So we can only respond with our ambulance, like I said, with an advanced life support. So EMT, advanced, intermediate, or paramedic on board. So that all patients are getting an ALS assessment. As far as what's routine and what's not, one person's emergency. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
If it's 911, it's
Yeah.
not routine.
Yes.
I was thinking, because when I heard that, I was thinking, oh, are we also being used for routine transportation?
Okay.
Okay.
Good question. That's perfect segue into my next bullet point. Like everywhere else, we're trying to get creative with funding and staffing. So besides our full-time staff, our volunteers, we have part-timers that come in and work. Some of them are volunteers. Some of them are actually outside fire guys that live in the area, come down here. Recently, we were very fortunate to get Brian Schaefer back. He was a volunteer and worked for medics as a paramedic for many years for us. He had moved away. He is a lieutenant with Ocean Shores, Washington, if you know where that is.
Mhm.
They moved up there and they missed the community, so they moved back. He's actually commuting to work up there. But on his days off, he comes in and throws a Seaside shirt
Great.
on and is helping out. And they are a fire department that does ambulance transport. So he's been a great resource to come in and help us out while we get this program up and running. Recently, we haven't finished the contract yet. It's the draft went back to have some corrections, but we were approached by Lifelight, and they would like to contract with us to. They have a lot of interfacility transports from Seaside or Astoria Hospital out to the metro areas. And they are either coming in by fixed wing, they do have a couple planes, or helicopter. And a lot of those transports out of the hospitals, they don't actually fly into the hospital. So you'll see them come land here all the time. Those are usually very critical patients. There's actually a large percentage that they just ground transport to the Astoria Regional Airport in Warrenton and then fly out from there. And so they've reached out to us, and we're going to be signing a contract. And so we'll be getting some extra funding to help support that. One thing that's really good about that program is we only have to supply a driver, because an operator, because Lifelight is doing all the patient care, and we don't have to worry about doing billing or any of that stuff. They're just going to pay us a fee. And so again, back to creative staffing models, we're looking at, kind of having some of our volunteers, our part-timers available just to do sign up shifts. So when Lifelight calls, you usually have like an hour or something notice ahead of time. We call them up, they can come in, they get to drive to the hospital, pick up the crew and the patient, because usually they bring a separate car down to the hospital, and then transport them up to the airport, come back, put the ambulance in service. So we're excited about that.
Yeah, great idea.
And as far as your question earlier, we're not dealing directly with the billing, but Rick has to go through every chart, especially every transport chart, and make sure all the criteria filled in, or if billing kicks it back to him with, hey, this needs to be fixed, coding stuff, he's got to go look through it, get a hold of the provider, have them correct it, review it again, send it back to billing. He has to keep track of all of our transports, all of our transport requests, all of our non-transports, that kind of stuff, because we have to send numbers every month to Medics Ambulance and to the county. And so a large percentage of his job now is being eaten up by sitting in front of the computer going over stuff. On top of the fact that once you become a transporting agency in the state of Oregon, there's a whole new criteria that we're required to follow as far as what equipment and gear and training that we do. And so that's another huge portion that he's taken on, as far as making sure we have all the required training that we have to have a licensed ambulance.
About how many hours a week would you say he uses I'm going to call it the billing side of things?
Just billing, he's probably honestly, and I'm going to throw chart review into that because that is
Okay,
obviously important.
yes,
I would say that he's
yes.
probably spending 25% of his time just doing that, with another 25% just tracking our training and inventory and supplies, which again, if we don't have those, we can't transport, we can't bill. So
And some
I
of
would
that,
make a creative suggestion, the possibility of a volunteer who is not a firefighter. So that you're not using him in a way that takes him from the more important things that he's doing. This is very important, but we've got a lot of medical billers and chart reviewers in this county working for medical systems, and even retired. And I kind of think you might be able to get some volunteers, just a suggestion.
So we actually, inside the fire department, we do have several volunteers that actually help him. But we are required by the state to have what's called a QA/QI committee,
Yes.
quality assurance,
Yeah.
quality improvement committee. And so we have several volunteers that do help him with that. That is a great suggestion. We'd have to look into it, just as far as just ensuring that we're covered under Oregon EMS as far as that, but that
Right,
is potential.
right.
so a lot of the stuff, when he talks about a lot of the stuff he's already doing, our medical, like drugs with DEA, we couldn't have anybody. So there's a lot of DEA Schedule I drugs we carry that he does. This is just more with it. We've carried them before. We've added some to our engine because we didn't carry narcs because of pains. And now we have these boxes and everything. So by adding that,
That's
it's
different.
been a benefit to the community. We've been on several scenes where we haven't been able to do that, and all three of us can push it. We just didn't carry it because it's a process with the DEA.
Right.
So, and they're not gonna let us, it's gonna be a career staff because
Yeah.
I wouldn't let anybody cover
Well, I
schedule one.
understand- I understand
So
that.
I think a lot of it, it's kind of all together when we
Yeah.
talk. I would say his billing and stuff like really billing is very minimal. It's more of reviewing, helping our staff, and then making sure that those drugs are account. So we have to account for those drugs daily. 9 o'clock every morning, we're checking them out. And so, so we don't end up in the ringer later. So I would just say some of the stuff we added, we probably needed before the Schedule I drugs. This just boosted us to do that because we were required to carry it with the ambulance. Yeah. So before this may get any question, I just want to make sure I give Jen some time for the guards because
Yeah.
I'm on a clock this year.
I don't
already,
know,
for the next year.
how-
9:45.
Yeah, Spencer, how long, is it?
45.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you. Okay, I'm with you. Bye.
Oh, now it doesn't work.
There we go.
So yes, to continue
Wow.
on with, staffing. I started out, working for Seaside Beach Lifeguards in 2004, many moons ago. So I've been able to see how the program has transitioned. And, you know, traditionally back then it was, surfers. So, you know, surfers are very strong. And it was, you know, a group of folks that just kind of recruited amongst themselves. And then they went to the pool and did the pool lifeguard program as far as the testing and training. And so the Red Cross doesn't claim to certify beach lifeguards or deal with ocean fronts. And so in the time that I've seen, we transitioned. And luckily, when I was in the military down in San Diego, I had the opportunity after that to do the United States Life Saving Association Academy down there after the Navy. And so that's the 40-hour course, working on the different beaches, going through to the different training. And then additionally to that 40 hours, we had to do 21 hours of medical training that was, you know, basically the next level up from CPR first aid. So equal to our emergency responders here in Oregon. So when, you know, over the years, we decided as an agency to go to that model, United States Life Saving Association, for training. And so, but what that did was, you know, bring everybody up to who we were recruiting to a higher level to pass, you know, swim tests. You know, it went from a 300-yard swim with no time in the Red Cross to 550 yards in 10 minutes. And for me, it gets harder and harder.
I can't imagine.
But maintaining. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, but it does, you know, it makes it hard to recruit. So, you know, right now our staffing, you know, mostly consists of high school swim team, and interns, Coast Guard, and paid staff. So, as recruitment goes, we do go and reach out to the swim teams. We go to their events, we go over and meet, and have a chat with them during their, practices and try to get them on board. We can hire them at the age of 17. USLA says you can hire them at 16, but as a city, it's more of driving insurance, and that is related to the 17 years of age. So that's what we do. We also use the city job application program, which has a huge reach. Actually, we had somebody fly up from Texas. I felt real bad for him because he couldn't pass the swim test, but he made the effort, and I told him to, you know, practice and come back. Real nice guy. But so it has a great reach, word of mouth, social media. So we try all those things, and we do the best we can. I talked about the calls. Last summer we had 2 to 3 people on every day for lifeguards. You know, 2 people on during the week, 3 on the weekend. But the best case scenario is for us to have 3 on during the week and 4 on the weekend when it gets a lot busier. That's where we'd like to be, but staffing and recruitment we just weren't there last year. And it definitely goes in waves. Couple years prior, we had 14 lifeguards on the books. I'm not sure why. And then last year we had like 6 or 7. 3 or 4 of them were full-time, and then we kind of pieced together the schedule with part-timers and our staff. So, we also have to deal with a lot of, call-ins and sick days and stuff like that. So the full-time staff has to backfill. I was down there a few days. I know Adam spent, a lot of days down there. And then, this year we're not looking good. We're moving into a more proactive approach. We've got Jay, who's dealing with the recruitment and retention. We're gonna look to him to help us out with the lifeguarding recruitment, because he can, be onboarding and paperwork and reaching out and following up with folks that might be out there. And so we're gonna try that. But we also know that, we're probably gonna lose, 3. My son's not returning. He was one of the full-time lifeguards. We might be losing Aiden because he's going to a Chiefs meeting for a new hire position down in Cannon Beach, and he was one of our full-times, and I know another full-timer is not returning. So we're gonna do the best we can. Other than that, just some history or last year's data as far as our responses on the beach. Information contacts, we had 148. Minor medical calls, we had 26. And minor medical is, Band-Aids, washing off a cut, stuff that the fire department is not called for. Major medical, we had 5. Lost persons, 10. Lost items turned in or found, 5. Public assists, giving somebody a ride that is too tired, needs assistance up to the beach or the approach. We had 8 of those. Surf rescues, where they were in imminent danger, getting sucked out. We had 4, but as I looked at that, one of those calls, they rescued 3 people. So it sometimes is more than that. The rip current warnings. So, either getting on the PA and saying, hey, move out of the rip current, or the guards were really great at, just going in, grabbing their gear and making contact, saying, hey, this is not a good spot. Look at how the water's moving, and getting them out of that danger was 56. So it's great when the warnings outweigh the rescues. So, if we had 0 rescues, that'd be fantastic. But sometimes we can't prevent those. We can't even see them coming, as our topography underwater is full of holes. They might be knee deep 1 second, and the next they're overhead. So some of those rescues are non-preventable. Rule enforcement, fires too close to the beach, and, dogs off leash, that sort of thing. Just, letting people know about the rules and the ordinances of the city, and those contacts was 127. I don't have the firm number, but the beach attendance is almost 400,000. So a lot of people, and that's just in, between June and September. So that's a ton of people. And that's only the cell phones. So then you've got all the kids and the family members that aren't bringing phones. So, we could be upwards of 500 or 600,000 people on the beach throughout the summer. So it's a big task for our lifeguards to cover. And so it's important that they're there and they're saving lives. So any questions for me about lifeguards?
And the lifeguards are at the beach, between June and September, from what time in the morning to what time at night?
It varies, but 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. because they got to come back and clean gear. That's why usually they're off at 7. So trying to mid-morning, when people just,
Right.
yeah, and then towards that afternoon when you get everyone that wants to go splash and giggle.
Yeah, it's definitely less busy in the morning. So then later we shift to, 10, 11 o'clock to 8 o'clock at night. The 6 p.m., 7 p.m. is the witching hour sort of thing. People are still out there. It's warm, it's nice. And so they're enjoying the water in the evening as well. So we try to shift to later as summer progresses.
And I thought I read that Cannon Beach was looking at extending the months that they patrol the beach.
They are going to extend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how do you feel about that for Seaside?
It's budgetary.
Okay,
I mean, I'll be honest with you, if someone asks me, are we gonna spend more on the guards, I have to go to the fire side, which we do all year round. I'm
Right.
gonna have to choose the fire side, because we need to, that's something all year round.
Mhm.
But you're right, their budget going into next year is almost 4 or 5 times our lifeguard budget. And so they plan on running, we run from May through Labor Day. I think they plan on running May 1st or even earlier, all the way through maybe October 1st. So
And if we had the money,
it would still be looking for staffing for us, it's because we got kids go back to school, the other challenge
Oh,
is
that's
they're
right.
gonna hire, they'll have staff on, one lifeguard's gonna be 6 months a year, so they're gonna have lifeguards on 6 months, so there'll be one with that budget on duty
wow.
to help with water. 'Cause it is a long-term, we spend heavily duty, probably starting in April with training and everything, and we, by the time we clean everything, put everything away, we're sitting in October, November with all of them, so it's a long process, and they unfortunately, with some of their big rocks and stuff, they probably have more challenges, or we just do a really good job of warning our people, but I think with their situation, makes a big serve. We have them down there helping them, but, yeah, that's always the challenge, is that we gotta figure out where we wanna put the money and what's the best allocation for funds.
And how are we doing with the equipment that we need for?
So we do pretty good, we rotate, so that's why you'll hear us always say, like, why do you guys get a staff rig here? We're taking, we don't want to ruin a brand new pickup on the piece, that makes no sense, so we
Right.
rotate that staff rig down to.
First duty officer.
And then it goes, by the time it goes, so our 2009 top, which we still use, will rotate down to the guards, and it gets about 2 years before it gets, because it's just the sand and
Yeah.
Sure.
it gets beat up, so.
Yeah.
Even our ATVs, we have a lot of problems with, and even the people tell us what you're designing to be on, they'll tell you, they're not designed to be on there 12 hours running straight a day at most. So we spend a lot of money on maintenance, we're almost kind of transitioning and having to, going back to a vehicle. But just because they seem to last longer.
I just wanted to make a statement, just kind of highlighting the importance of the guards. And there's been years past where I've had friends that have been lifeguards, and you'll go months without a rescue, but there'll be one day where the water's warm, the riptide's just right, and you'll have 5, 6 rescues in a day. So it's, even though you guys maybe aren't always rescuing someone, just being there is critical, because when that moment arrives, that's when we need you there.
Yeah, I didn't think about printing up the statistics, but if you go to USLA's website, they actually have statistics on how many rescues, like one beach, they went and did studies where they like patrolled it every day, like on the hour, and then not patrolled it for like another month. And like, they can actually see the amount of rescues or injuries that happen on days when there's no patrol.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. Just to be down there and be a presence can make a difference.
I'm curious, are there certain parts of the beach that are, I'm gonna call them more dangerous or more prone to needing rescues than other parts of the beach? You know, I look at all the activity that happens in the cove with the surfers and, yeah, I think they know what to do. But I'm just wondering, because we have a lot of beach.
Yeah, year round, the cove is probably the most dangerous, but again, it doesn't attract the people that just want to go
Right.
waist deep, knee deep, chest deep. Our beach topography is a very gently sloping, which causes, essentially what happens is we get different holes, different currents, different rip currents every year. So it changes throughout the year. And so really, what do you say? Probably July, we start to notice where our hot spots, our problem areas are going to be for the rest of the year. And then those are our danger areas, but it changes every year versus, like Chief was alluding to, Cannon Beach. They have a steep beach. And then they've got obviously Haystack Rock and the Needles and other permanent structures that cause issues year round and dangerous areas. So
That's why one of the things we've looked at in the past is getting a portable tower, because we have our main tower and we have a portable tower we set up where we can move it and stand it. But again, you gotta staff it, doesn't help you, but it's a tower, so, those are challenges that every year we deal with, but we just wanna let you guys know, I mean, it's, like I said, we talked about recruitment, it's almost for everything,
Yeah.
Public works and everything, so.
You mentioned that there was up to 600,000 people that are on the beach. What again was that period again? You mentioned that that you figured that statistic around.
Oh, where do we get the data?
I know the
It was,
month.
Oh, between June and September.
In June and
when
Yeah.
they're out
thank
there.
you.
Yep, summertime.
Amazing.
Thank you very much, guys. You've done a great job, as always, of reminding us how creative you are in everything that you're doing to provide the safety for us and our visitors.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a good day.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, you need a 2-minute break if you want, before whoever's next comes in. Got 2 minutes.
It's so close.
What?
I think I'm all right sitting there.
Better stand up.
I can look and see.
Anything after you see. That's what I want to hear.
The question in my mind is why is the, why is the CEO from home?
Jeff must be next.
Not involved in the last 2 quarters.
What's that? I think we just need to, I think we say, you, I wasn't in a situation for that. And maybe. Because
Presumably, I mean, it came back on the issue. Well, you know, make that we're call. So I feel thinking about that.
I didn't have to wait for you're in the airport. Issues too.
I don't know if they got straight up. I think they.
I just think I get sometimes not for the creative. I'm a supporter guy, you know. Even touch it. Never you see the flag on that line, so like the jack, somebody go to that line.
Why is that?
Well, because they want check in, but.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Keep me moving.
Oh, yeah, I know, I need to pay attention to the.
So Jeff, if you want to get us caught up.
Do we know how long the wedding took?
Voting today, if it stays on schedule, it's till 2:30.
My goal is to get you back on schedule.
And what is that? 10:30?
Him finishing by 10:10,
Oh,
but we have a 5-minute break in between the convention, no, not the convention center, it's the library. No.
11:40.
Oh,
Yeah, you're way. Okay.
I just wanted to listen.
Yeah, the convention center and the
let's
library
see.
changed.
So the library
So
is
the
at.
library.
Oh, John left.
So it's a 5-minute break, so Jeff, after or quarter after.
We'll get there. We can do it.
I know, we'll get there.
We can do
How
it.
fast?
Do you think John left the recording running?
Yeah, he's right.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. We need to do it very carefully. That's what they said. Yeah.
Okay, let's get started.
I think this is the microphone with the light that's out, so just want to make sure it's working. Perfect. Well, for those that don't know me, I'm Jeff Flory. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Seaside. This is our department. Last year, this committee and the City Council approved a restructuring that took our e-prep coordinator / administrative assistant, added the halftime grant writing position, and then that gave us a full-time admin assistant, a full-time permit tech, which brings us up to 6 total FTE. So this was all done under last year's budget. Right now, we have the building official position vacant. That's been a difficult one to fill, and the permit tech position is also vacant. We have not filled either one of those. Some of the parts of the city administration that we manage, the planning department, development permitting, floodplain administration, vacation rental, dwelling permitting and compliance, zoning, and the comprehensive plan. As many of you know, we're in the process of rewriting that comprehensive plan right now, which is going to guide the city for the next 20 to 25 years as far as development and our goals.
Jeff, what are we doing currently for a building official?
Right now, currently I'm the acting building official, and we have Bob Mitchell and Alton Butler working part-time. Bob comes in for 2 to 3
I hear the name
hours.
Bob, it's Bob Mitchell.
Bob Mitchell,
Okay.
yeah. Bob Mitchell's a retired building official, was here for 25 plus years, I believe. And then Alton Butler is Cannon Beach's building official, and he works part-time for them. So it gives him an opportunity to come here and help us out as well. That being said, our goal is to keep the building program going without having to outsource to a third party. I've heard nothing but nightmares about third party plan review and inspections. The increase in time from permit or plan submission to permit issuance is quite significant with a third party, whereas we're typically able to get things out the door within 2 weeks, and we really try to stick to that. Our goal is to keep our developers and our builders building, keep people employed. Those are some of our higher paying jobs in the community when you think about the electricians, the plumbers, the trades, the contractors. So if we can keep those permits getting out the door, then they can keep building. And it also helps add to our goal of putting more housing within Seaside, because a lot of them are building our housing supply. The building department handles structural permitting, mechanical, plumbing, inspection, planning reviews, and then code compliance and complaints, and also dangerous building abatement. The council's recently been involved in redoing some of our dangerous building codes, getting us up to date. So that is a solid process. We've got a good process in place now. You've seen the 4th Avenue burned house come down. That's done. We're looking about the middle of February for the completion of the 525 Wahana house. So we're making some headway and some movement on that. We also house the emergency preparedness and grant manager. A lot of you have met Ann before. She does a great job for us. She's fully put together a operational emergency operations center that the city utilizes. Currently, the police chief and the police lieutenant are working out of there while their building is under construction. So it's actually working out pretty good. They are getting to dry test run that center for us and let us know what deficiencies we have and how we can resolve those.
Are you talking about the one up here on the hill?
Yep. Yeah. Ann is also in the beginning stages of working on redoing our emergency operations manual through grant money, and it's a county-wide project being done in conjunction with the county and the other cities. So we'll hopefully within the next year to year and a half have a whole new operation manual that's completely up to date and using the best practices. She's working currently on wayfinding. There's some money available from Dagami to redo some of our signage to get us out of the tsunami inundation zone. And she's looking at education and how we can better outreach. As you guys all heard in the previous city council meeting, Laura's big takeaway was that, hey, something we can do that's pretty cost effective to get people out of the tsunami inundation zone is to teach them how to get themselves out and where to go. And then grant management and grant writing. This is becoming a pretty big thing for our department. Ann is currently collecting information on all the grants available. So as we start to look at some of our infrastructure projects, some of our needs for buildings, some of our needs for equipment, she'll know where those grants are, and we can look at them, look for that in future years as we start to plan out what our direction is.
Jeff, when you talked about the 525 house on Wahana, is that the trailer?
Yeah, there's 2 trailers there.
Yes.
The tan one is the one that's been signed and is going to be abated.
Well, I'm glad you're cleaning it up because it definitely needs it.
Yeah,
That's good to hear.
it's a process. We had to work through refining the process with our new legal firm. And once we've got that down now, we should not have to wait as long as we've had to wait for these two. We've got a process. Process has been validated by our attorneys and we can make it work. So I'm not necessarily looking for additional things for our budget this year, but these are considerations that we're considering for the next, 2 to 5 years. The big one that I really want to take on is a records digitization and management for our citywide records. Looking at other communities within their GIS system, you can click on a property and you can actually download the property file that shows you the building permits, planning permits, and all the records for that. And that's a publicly available product. Staff right now is looking into what is that going to cost a city of our size. And that's not just our building and planning records, that's also City Hall's records that they keep here too. It would be all of our ordinances, all of our city council meeting minutes, and an opportunity to bring that all under one records management system. I have a feeling it's not going to be cheap. We've also directed Ann to start looking for grant money to see if we can find a way to get that paid for.
I'll add to that both community development offices and City Hall, probably 50% of the space is dedicated to paper storage. So we can avoid any future need for office space by doing this, so.
And I really would suggest that Anne look into the Grant Hub Boot Camp through the Bloomberg Foundation. I know I sent some information.
Yeah, I've said it off to her. She's
Yes,
looking at
and
that.
it's, there's a lot of money there for a lot of different things, and they will provide the guidance for free.
Perfect. That's a good resource. We're looking at,
Sorry. While you're on the digitization, do you do any destruction currently? Are we destroying after 7 years of certain records, or are we keeping it for ever?
It depends on the records retention requirements for the actual product. For example, house plans for residential structures, we're only required to keep those for 3 years and then they go. Personally, I'd like to see us keep those forever, which we now are. So part of last year's work that our department did was implementing the Oregon e-permitting system. So our building permits now all go through a statewide system with cloud-based storage that allows us to retain those products forever. Prior to that, it was all rolls of paper. And if you come into our office, and you all are welcome to always come into our office and look around, we have stacks and stacks and stacks of 36 by 24 paper. We keep the residential plans for 3 years, commercial plans for 10, unless it's a sensitive structure or an important structure, such as a government building, police station, fire station, school, hospital, etc. Other than that, we don't typically purge. I've seen conditional use permits that were issued in the late 80s, early 90s that are still very relevant today. So we can't just get rid of those. We need to retain those. And without going through each file by file and comparing it to the retention schedule, we don't have the staffing to be able to do that. I would prefer to keep everything if we can store it in a cost-effective manner that's not just warehousing paper. I'll move on to security. We are looking at trying to figure out how to increase our city security. Ann was able to get us a grant for some bollards that are retractable that we want to be able to utilize along Broadway so we can close that street down for our events like we do throughout the summer. Some considerations and things learned through that process is great. We can buy the bollards. Now, how do we install them?
Yeah.
Who's going to install them? Oh, we've got people that know how to install them. Fantastic. But there's utilities in the ground. Now we got to work around the utilities. So we're learning as we go. And that project is still very much alive. We do have the bollards, and she's currently working with our project manager, Ed Arden with Public Works, to actually facilitate that installation. One thing we have found is we don't have enough to do the closures that we would like to do. Ideally, these retractable bollards would like to be up and down the prom, so there's no way anybody can drive onto the prom at all the main intersections of Broadway, so we can effectively close that street down and prevent any kind of incident during a parade or during an event. I've talked about the Emergency Operations Center. We have a decent amount of usable land on that site. At some point, we would like to put a storage building up there. Through grant processes, Ann was able to obtain a 100,000 kilowatt generator, mobile generator that they run about $110,000. She was able to obtain that for the city. We have it here. We need to be able to store that undercover and outside of the inundation zone so that we have it available to use.
And you want to, there may be a counselor here that'll be interested in where it's being set up.
Yeah, I believe Ed is working on a storage structure next to one of our water pump stations that doesn't currently have the ability to operate when the power goes out. So we are going to be utilizing that generator at Thompson Falls.
We've got two interested parties here in the room with Seth and Zach.
Yeah, so this is equipment that we're going to be able to utilize. Other things she was able to get was a 500-gallon fuel storage, mobile fuel storage. So we'll have that, one, to fill up these generators in an event that we are running on them for days at a time, and two, just to have fuel on hand. If we all know if we get snowed in here significantly, those fuel trucks don't get over the hill. And another object she's trying to get grant money for is the cache site to put up there. Like we use our barrel system throughout the city, we're looking at a larger cache site for to have at the EOC that will support 30 to 40 people for a week or two in the event of any kind of emergency. That can all be done within a container, which is nice. A shipping container, just be picked up and dropped off. But a storage building is something we're citywide in desperate need of, is more storage. That's the end of my presentation. I can certainly answer any of your questions. I just tried to get done by 10:10.
Just had one, Jeff, and I know there's part of the plan, like in a tsunami, is to use the schools up there. If there wasn't power, would this new generator be able to provide power for the school where people are actually relocated to an emergency?
I don't know if the generator has the capacity to hook to the school or if the school is wired for
Mike
it.
says no.
I mean, typically with some a structure that size, they could isolate a portion of it to be able to be ran off generator power, but I don't know if the school has set up for that infrastructure.
And do they have, I think they have their own generator?
Yeah.
They do. Okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps then we'd be able to just supply in an emergency the fuel to power that.
Yeah.
So I know
correct.
both that and the lower school are used.
Possibly, but we will have equipment and vehicles that will need that fuel as well. I mean, it just depends on what the need is at the time.
Yeah.
And we currently do have a generator at the operations center. It's an older generator. Ann's looking into getting a more permanent, newer solution for that, but it works.
Is that one covered?
It is not right now. And it's not portable. It's
Probably-
it's just sat down on.
Probably
the
need
ground.
to cover it then and,
Yeah.
and close it for longevity.
Sure.
Any other questions? Good job.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
If these.
Yeah.
Reaching out. We're gonna record this, but I'm gonna move it off Zoom and just record it here locally.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
I'm wondering if we can get copies of the PowerPoints that are.
Yeah,
being
we'll
used.
provide all the PowerPoints
Yeah.
To you after the meetings, and
Yeah.
so you can
I
go through
agree.
them.
I'll just make a comment. I would have loved to have had them during the meeting.
Agreed with them too, that, and I forgot to mention also, please put your phone down, turn it over so that you're not paying attention to it. Anything comes up. Okay, I assumed it was Mike next, but we get Jennifer. All right.
Mike's here to see what he can learn from the other departments.
Oh,
and you're-
okay.
Mike, you're welcome to stay.
Uh,
Guess he just wanted to hear Jeff's.
I was thankful to be
So
able to swap this.
This is your first time in
Yes.
front of us. Great.
For the budget.
Welcome.
For the budget.
For budget
portion.
department head type stuff,
Yeah,
yeah.
just learning a lot.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. This was actually pretty fun to think about and put together because when you inherit a budget, there are lots of surprises, and when you take over a new position, there's also a lot of time spent trying to figure out where did the money go, right? So we have reporting. Thank you, Zach, for all of that. And we're able to see where things go, but sort of seeing how the day-to-day goes. It's been a great learning opportunity. So, to drive. And you will see from my presentation, this is purely just sort of background noise so that you have something to look at other than me yammering into this tiny little microphone. But as I've said, I'm pretty new to this, and the library has been operating pretty smoothly. I mean, all of these years. I think it's a well-funded system. I've done comparisons across the state. I do feel like we're in a very good place overall, and there's always room for improvement. So I would say the biggies, and I don't really touch upon this, but I think you'll know if you come into the building or you've been in a building that's 15 or 16 years old, there are lots of opportunities for some general maintenance that need to be addressed on a regular basis. So I had a very successful, productive meeting with Ed Arden recently. So we're in the process of building that development plan of what needs to happen monthly, yearly, maybe down the line, so that I can start budgeting for those. So my next year's report will probably have much more exciting asks in it. But for this year, we're just gonna have a conversation. So there are many ways to evaluate how a library is successfully serving its community, right? So we can look at numbers, and this chart made Alex laugh out loud. He actually guffawed. He's like, wait, those numbers don't actually mean anything. And I said, exactly. Numbers can tell whatever story we would like them to tell, right? And I can certainly back all of this up with specific numbers, but I just chose these lovely little graphs that show that, yes, we can look at the raw numbers and say, we are reaching this many people in the community, or we are adding this many programs and getting butts in seats, as we like to say, or we have active library card holders, or we have folks coming through the door, using our Wi-Fi, using our services. So there are these specific raw data that we can look at to evaluate how we're doing. And we are seeing that these are steadily increasing since COVID. So obviously COVID put a hiccup into what we do. And I would say primarily what we're finding is, as we're coming out of COVID, students were attending school online in their homes, not connecting with their community, not connecting with through extracurricular activities, and they've really fallen out of the habit, I think, of utilizing their library as the third place for them. And we're also seeing that folks are just spending a lot more time just on their phones or on their devices. I don't know if you've seen a group of teens recently, but they basically all sit around and they're texting each other, or maybe not even texting, they're like Insta at each other or TikToking each other, whatever that is that they do. So I think it's really interesting to have the opportunity to have kids in the library and have them really exchanging ideas and thoughts face to face, as opposed to in this virtual world, even if they are just sitting next to each other. Yeah, so we really are seeing, and this is sort of anecdotally, I would say, because we have families who have come back to our story times and back to our program saying, oh, we just really got out of the habit of coming to the library, and COVID really put a snag in that. And the way that we're finding, or at least So I've been in libraries for over 20 years, and really the way you have the few folks, and I'm guessing Tita might be one of them, where you move to a new community and you immediately get a library card. I'm also that person. Steve is that person. So, we have a few folks that's just their natural. That might even be one of the things that folks evaluate a place to live. Ideally, is like what are the services that are available through the city or through the community. The library being one of them. But there are also a lot of folks who, if it's not on their regular radar, they're not coming in on a regular basis. And if they get out of that habit, it's just like going to the gym. If you get out of the habit, it's hard to kind of get back into that habit. So what we did this last summer is we piloted, I'm not even sure if I have it. No, I do. I have a slide. We piloted a seasonal unbenefited position in which we took a filled 18-hour position and merged it with a 20-hour youth assistant position that we have found has been just historically really hard to fill and maintain someone in that seat. So I think in the submission that I gave to the budget committee sort of evaluation, there's a graph that shows, I think over the past 4 years, it was unfilled 60% of the time, which, as you know, as business owners and hiring people is really expensive. Retaining people is really valuable. So if you're able to retain folks and retain quality folks, you're not engaging in that resetting of the clock and having to spend the time and money to recruit someone to come in. So we piloted this position, and so we had someone in the 18-hour library assistant position, and that's just our part-time, works at the circulation desk, maybe does some side projects. The 12-hour youth assistant position had originally been set up as a way to, and I believe Esther was sort of moving in this direction of creating a more robust youth services system so that the youth librarian, Marion, could be spending more time. I know, it's almost ironic if it weren't just silly. Marion could be connecting, or whoever the youth librarian would be at the time, connecting more with the community, with the schools, with the child cares, volunteering at events, at community events, making those connections with the families and reminding them, like, hey, we're available for you. We're meeting you where you are. Here we are. We can get you signed up for a library card, but come back in and see what we can provide for your family. So the 12-hour youth assistant position, again, is that one that's been historically hard to fill and keep filled. So we'll spend 2 or 3 months getting someone in that seat, and they'll stay for a month because it's 12 hours a month, or 12 hours a week, and you're getting paid basically minimum wage. And you're doing really fun things, but they usually get snapped up by someone else in the community. So we thought we would try to create this more robust and desirable position for attracting quality staff. We do have someone in this position right now, and she is amazing. She is actually a degreed librarian and has been working as a school librarian prior to before moving here. She was in Florida. So we've piloted this position, and what we have found is that we are really able to, obviously, it builds the team. The staff retention is really key for us. But we're seeing more families coming to our story times. We're seeing more families returning and either re-upping their cards or coming back to those programs. And we're just seeing lots more engagement with the community because of those connections that Marion is able to make out of the library. And I should say that the ask in the budget for this year, I feel like it's pretty minimal. It's not zero, right? So that's zero is always ideal. But in terms of, I think, the quality that it would bring to the city and to the library staff and just our ability to maintain those services are minimal, but they reoccur every year. So that's one of the considerations. But essentially what we've done is we've taken those two positions, smushed them together, gave them a little bit of a bump of an hourly rate so that they were at the same rate as our other staff. And right now it is unbenefited. So the ask that I've put in to Zach is that this would be considered a benefited position, thereby creating that stability for the team. Feel like, yeah, so I just have pictures of, folks using the space and doing fun things in the library, story time, and really, what you see kids like playing there, and they're building stuff together, and they're maybe singing songs. Those are those building blocks of literacy, and that's really what we're starting with. And when I worked at Jefferson County, we always talked about the kids and families department, which is essentially the youth services. That's really the bread and butter of the library, right? That's where folks, they know about the library because of story times and those programs, and there often is a little bit of a fall off. And then they'll come back when they start having their own kids. But what we're seeing too with Marion's work with the teens, these are actual teens engaging with each other and laughing. I think they're even singing or maybe dancing or something. We just had a karaoke day. So she has a pretty steady group of teens that come to the library. And again, when the schools were located right nearby, so when they had the middle school right across the street, it was great. So kids were in there all the time. But now they're up the hill, and it's a little harder to get there. But she's been able to do it's no longer Teen Tuesdays, it's now Wednesdays, Teen Wednesdays, which doesn't really flow off the tongue, but once a month she's up in the schools having those connections with the teachers and the students who are around, and just talking about how those collaborations can continue. So that's kind of my biggie, but I'm sure you have lots of questions for me, and I may have run over, but.
I had a question. You talked about the library being a third place.
Yes.
And I think over the last probably 20 years, everybody has thought of Starbucks that way. And my question is, how do we enhance the library to draw people to make it their third place?
Well, the thing that I like to say about libraries is it's the one place you can go and spend all day and not believe in something or buy something. So if you're going to sit all day at Starbucks, there's going to be an expectation, one, that you're going to purchase something. Two, you're also going to have to share that space with everyone else who's using it as their home office. So in terms of drawing folks in, that's a great question. I hesitate to have coffee, create, a little coffee shop, although that's a popular thing to do. Of course, we tell people they can't eat and drink in the library, so that doesn't really, they don't really mesh. But I think I like that question because I think it's something that public libraries are always thinking about. How do we build that third place feeling? And I think it is through that connection through the community and building the programs, and then having that one-on-one conversation and say, hey, come to this library program that I heard about.
How much does, is it Marion?
Mm-hmm.
When she reaches out to the teens, how much is there the drawing of possibly the clubs that are on campus, moving their meetings to the library to have resources and additional things for what they're going to be doing?
Absolutely. We actually just hosted a Girl Scout troop where they learned about the 3D printer, and they got to choose an emoji that was then printed, a little tiny keychain attachment. So we would like to continue to build those types of opportunities for the community. And we have the time and the space. And it's really just about having someone out there kind of drumming up the the interest.
And then the last question I have is, coming from an outside the area, well, I always love having people that come from outside because there's other dreams or bigger things that they've seen or heard or know of that you just don't get when you're insulated within a certain place. What is that big dream vision for you?
Well, I think I talked about it during my interview. I think it was we did outdoor play spaces that were connected to our children's rooms, and obviously not at all of the locations. Colorado we obviously have different weather than here. But where there, half the year it's snowy, and if you put it on the wrong side of the building, then you're really stuck, because then it never melts. We did find that in one location, but so the idea of creating like an outdoor play space that it enhances that literacy development. So it's not just a place where kids can go and swing, but maybe there's musical instruments, or there's a place where they can create art, or they can have a story time outside. So have that opportunity of creating. And now that we're sort of thinking about what to do with that building next door, there's some possibilities.
We should talk.
We should talk. We should talk. So yes, that's one of those. Again, I haven't even lived through a full year here yet. So people keep saying it's winter. I'm like, I don't know. Sure, it's winter. I guess it.
There's nothing white.
I mean, I did get stuck in Astoria, where my driveway and street was just a frozen block of ice, but then it melted. So,
Jennifer, how is you got a wonderful area for the kids, the children's library. Is that quite active? Because it's so terrific.
It is. We actually have doors to that space because it gets so active that we have some individuals who ask us to close the door because it's too loud. That I came in this morning at about 9:15 and it was pretty quiet. It's a Wednesday morning. Everyone's kind of on beach time. But yeah, it's a very active place throughout the day.
The other question is, the Mary Blake building, is that part of the library? No.
I believe that's part of the rec center.
Gotcha.
So tell us a little bit about space needs for the library.
Other than this dream of having an outdoor space, I do have this parking lot dream, which is not terribly exciting, but our parking lot is atrocious for anyone who has come and parked in our space.
Parking lot, but also drop off?
That's what I'm getting to.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I'm just jumping in front of you.
I have this dream of a one-way in and a one-way out where you can drive through and drop off your books. And maybe parking is expanded. I'm not quite sure. I haven't looked at drawing it out yet. But the idea would be for safety reasons too, because again, if you've parked in that parking lot and people come whipping in on two wheels to make it to their swim class across the street at the rec center. Not to our story times, I will tell you. But I think there could be some safety things addressed there with a one-way in and a one-way out, and a drive-through book drop would be a dream. But otherwise,
I guess what I was referring to is the sense that I've gotten that we're growing the collections in the library, and the space within the library is may not soon be enough to hold our collections and hold our various populations.
Thank you for the question, and something that I've been working on with the team, and it's been hard because this is a team that's been building this amazing collection for years, and it's enviable. Yes. And I use the analogy of a closet. Everyone has a closet, presumably. And when you bring a new item in, you got to get an old item out, because if you just keep bringing in new stuff and you don't get rid of the old stuff, then your new stuff gets sort of lost in with the old stuff. That's really hard to do for people who buy books for a living. It's because
Oh, yes.
and you know, again, we have processes that we follow. Like if it hasn't checked out in a certain period of time, we call that a dusty book. If it doesn't pass this certain test of musty, which is a whole nother set of acronym, so that we are evaluating our collection all the time, trying to keep it fresh. So I feel as though, again, I've compared with other libraries in along the coast and across Oregon. I visited a few. Yes, there are some, you know, beautiful, pop out, expansive with windows everywhere, and but I feel like this building is still serving us really well.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it needs some shoring up, but it's serving us well.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, great. Thank you, Jennifer.
Oh, and you have until the 31st to encourage any young children to participate in reading for the Puffins. So just wanted to give that plug.
Okay.
And I'm sorry you guys have to be here all day, but I hear you're getting lunch.
Well,
We're
thanks.
getting also wonderful presentations.
Yeah.
So we've got, thank you, Jen. We've got the Visitors Bureau next at 10:40.
Oh, so you got a 4-minute break.
Especially if you're talking soft to somebody.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now Seth's voice, I can hear it across the room without him trying.
Well, he speaks at the same wavelengths as dogs. They're the last.
I'm very sensitive to that.
Yeah. Okay. Be sure to tell him that.
That was for Randy.
It carries for whatever reason. Yours.
It does.
Yours
Yeah, it does.
not.
Almost identical.
Yeah. Get up close to the mic.
Last night at airport committee meeting, which was here.
What'd you say?
I went, I was clam digging before I came, so I rushed home, grabbed a shower, got here, and I was just about to have an ear. I remember.
We invited everyone.
Put my hearing aids in. So it was I didn't want to turn around and get up because I would have been 10 minutes late.
It's a lot.
So it made it very difficult. I have all sorts of notes I have to follow up on now, and I've got about 10 questions about what exactly was discussed.
Well, they already answered your questions.
Yeah, I just need to find out what the answers were.
You answered it.
So let's start. And then what I mean is.
What's your next planned vacation? You always have vacations
October.
planned.
October
Oh,
15th.
come on, you might have something before that.
Nothing planned right now. October 15th.
And
Be gone for 3 weeks.
October 3 weeks. Where are you going?
Everest Base Camp.
What space camp?
Everest.
Everest.
Base Camp. My son and I, we're going to trek there.
Base camp, not space camp.
Right.
You said space camp. Base camp.
Base Camp.
Base camp or base camp?
Base Camp.
Base camp.
Yep.
You got that.
We're
I
gonna,
heard
we're,
base camp, then I heard you say
Base
space
camp,
camp.
yeah.
well, we'll be close enough to space to say it's Space Camp.
Are you climbing Everest?
No, we're just going to go to Base Camp.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's still no joke, but.
Yeah, no, it's
Base camp is, the first one's like.
17.5. 17.5.
Wow. It's incredible.
Yeah. We'll end up getting to about 18.5
So what's the flight,
to get there.
direct flight from here to?
We'll probably go
Kathmandu?
to Seattle, and then Seattle goes to Doha, so Qatar, and then to Kathmandu. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, usually.
Either Qatar or Singapore, one of the two.
I would choose Singapore. I heard Singapore is the nicest airport in the world.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we'll work on going that direction. Yeah, it's like an extra 7 hours of travel though, you know, so it's like,
Just risk it with Qatar.
yeah.
And how long are you there? Once you get there, is your
It's
whole 3
19,
weeks?
19 days.
Oh. And how many in the group? Is it guided?
It may just be the two of us. It could be other people in the group. They send out this people on this trip every day, so you can book any day that you want. Because basically they just hire a local guide, local porter, and
Like, all right, well, everyone's going.
tea houses along the way.
Yeah,
So you
yeah,
spend
that'll
the
be
night
nice.
in those. Your porter grabs your gear in the morning, takes it up to the next one, and then you just take a day pack.
But I'm gonna leave Friday and then I go back 10 days and that's Sunday night.
And they feed you.
I set it up so
Everest
we'll be
Space
back
Camp.
for council, but if I'm in jet lag.
And
Properly, I'm not-
as far as equipment, is that something you rent?
You can rent it. Our sleeping bags just arrived because I didn't want rented sleeping bags. And a big day pack and just your regular warm gear. We're going in October, so it's not super cold. A lot of people don't realize that Everest is at the same latitude as Cancun. So until you get up into the high altitude, it's relatively warm. 50, 60 degrees during the day, and then it'll drop below freezing at night as you get farther up.
Yeah. And so you take your time getting up there so you acclimate.
Yep.
And hopefully you don't have to be on oxygen.
Yeah, no, you generally don't. The guides bring it, and then they take your vitals each day, see how you're doing. There's evacuation available if needed. You take insurance in case that's needed.
Yeah.
So, but about 8,000 people a year do it, so it's not.
I heard you say that.
Not that bad.
But there's a lot of people on one path.
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're going up the path and then we're cutting over one of the passes and we're coming down through, it's called Gokyo Lakes. It's the highest freshwater lake system in the world. There's like 5 lakes there all at the base of glaciers. Pass through that and then come back, basically it's a loop.
Yeah.
The beautiful thing is last year at the food show, the Northwest Food Show that I'm sure you've been to so many times, one of our vendors for all of their customers that showed up went into drawings and we won one of the prizes. Well, it was a $3,500 travel certificate. So that's going to pay for over half of the trip.
Oh. Who was the vendor?
McDonald's wholesale?
Oh, yeah. I remember when that got launched.
What's that? McDonald? Back in the 1920s or something?
No, I meant in this area.
Oh, in this area, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're out of Eugene, so they've been there over 100 years.
Yeah.
The volume maybe
One of our FSA guys went.
direction or the focus.
Since retired, Lam Montoya.
I know the name.
Denver
I know the name.
doesn't have to provide.
And then Mark was with them. Mark,
If they would pay on time, we're not sure on that.
No, and so they cover our returns.
it's been enough years that I forgot his last name.
It doesn't get easier.
So you're liking it?
Okay. I'll start writing more stuff down.
It doesn't help because you forget where you
Oh, I
left
know,
it.
and I know I deleted his contact about a month ago as I was cleaning out my phone.
I just found the other day, I used to, before the digital age, I used to had a notebook holder with the clear pads with business cards in them.
It was for a break.
And part of me doesn't want to throw that away
Right.
because it's like historic.
Well, hey, as we get older, we can just have a storage for toothpicks.
Yeah, so it's funny.
We waiting on Joshua? Are we waiting on Joshua?
So, we had scheduled in a break right now.
Oh, we're still on the break?
So we have 6 minutes technically.
Just-
5 minutes between each line, and then we had a.
I might make a quick call.
Little leg stretching.
So we got another 5 minutes.
Yeah, although I think Josh may be here, so.
Governance and IT strategy.
We also didn't expect to stay on.
There he is. There he is.
I have something to do with it.
That was one reason why I took it, and
That was an early morning.
He's out there waiting.
two of my biggest clients right now are
Just
both
waiting.
from Colorado. Colorado.
Oh, my God.
So I'm lucky, I
Yeah,
wanna get.
one of my best friends lives in Nevada. She ran the business offices, et cetera, for Children's Hospital.
Everybody came back.
Are we missing somebody? Nope, that was empty.
Yeah.
Zach left, but it's all right. We don't need him.
We have everything we need right now.
That's right.
Did you notice that? So if you've never used it, right now it's not gonna work for me.
That's why.
Oh. Look at the video.
Woo.
And it even puts it through the YouTube store.
Which, where?
I can see that. Sometimes I can't read the text, but I can see that big red button.
That's Tillamook Head.
Okay.
Are we
This
sure
is
that
the
that's the
prom.
right shape?
Yeah, yeah.
That's all right.
This is
That's all right.
this is where the sun sets right here.
Which day is that?
I'll have to look that up.
Okay, welcome, Joshua. You want to tell us what your vision is for the next year for?
That's what we're here for. Vision.
Oh, well, something
Okay.
like that.
Well, I'm going to tell you about the Visitors Bureau. You know give you a little background on, remind you of what we do, how things are going, a little bit about how that's evolved over time. We'll revisit our priorities from last year that we talked about around this time, and then we'll talk a little bit about public information. I understand that I am the coveted before lunch spot.
Coveted.
To update on that, we will start Public Works, and then when the food arrives, we'll take a break to get the food and then pick up Public Works.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
It's better than the spot right after lunch. That's true, when everybody's dozing.
Where to put the controversial things.
I brought some coffee cake over there in the office if you need some from the chamber meeting left over this morning. Okay, let's see if I can get it. Okay, so the Visitors Bureau. The Visitors Bureau is the official destination marketing organization for the city of Seaside. What's kind of unique about the way Seaside does it, and I think fits really well with the unique history of tourism in this town, is that it's a department of the city of Seaside, and that works really well for us. So when most people think about DMOs, they think about advertising. And of course, we do a lot of that. Destination advertising, we have a comprehensive marketing plan. And right now what that consists of is print. So you'll see it in, full page ads in Via Magazine. You'll see back cover of Northwest Travel and Life, things like that. But we do a lot of digital ads on your phone, on your computer. Sometimes there's a print component. So when we run those ads in some of those magazines, there'll also be a digital component. So people who are on those apps or on those websites will see it. We do a lot of broadcast advertising. So right now, this year, we have a contract with iHeartMedia in Portland. We're running spots in Seattle on several stations, and that changes over the course of the advertising window, which is the off season. We also do a lot with Coin TV. So we have a long-time WeatherCam relationship with them. What's developed over time is they've upgraded the technology on that WeatherCam and have incorporated in a lot more broadcasts lately. And we've shared some of that at the TAC meetings. I saw something for the very first time yesterday. Actually, we usually put that webcam up on the big screen in the Welcome Center, and it was raining, and they have a windshield wiper on it now.
Really?
Have you seen that? Okay, that was the first time I'd ever seen that, and we were just looking at each other like, did that just happen? Like, it just went.
How about that?
So that's a great relationship. And this year, we developed like 34 short videos, like 4 or 5 second hits, and we've been using those. And in fact, we have coming up this spring a beach weather partnership, like a 3-month beach weather partnership where they're going to give us tons more extra attention, and then we're going to be running all these videos we've developed. So that's pretty cool. And then we also do some environmental advertising. We still have 2 MAX trains wrapped in Portland. We've sponsored some golf tournament holes before. I would also include probably our sponsorship of the junior parade in Portland in there. We do some environmental type advertising. So we try to be creative with it and make sure that Seaside shows up in a fun way so that there's awareness on this town and all of it has to offer visitors, because this town is full of tons of great businesses, attractions, organizations that long before us were putting on the things that made it so people came to Seaside for all these years. So we also do the travel guide. We just got the 2024 travel guide in yesterday, which was the announcement you missed at Chamber when you guys all ran out. Yeah, so that guide's out, so please look for that. But we distribute 100,000 of these every year. I mean, we don't always get through them, but the last couple of years we have gone through pretty much all of them. And the travel guide is kind of the main fulfillment piece for our department. We have a lot of luck with it. Not all tourism departments still use a travel guide, but for us, lots of our advertising is pushing people to get that book and kind of order it, usually sent directly to their home, and sit with it and plan their visit and try to, we have some very focuses this year on trying to get people to understand the different seasons. We have we start with fall, winter, spring, and then summer is really more about behavior and how you behave in the summer. But so that's the travel guide. We also administer the tourism grants for the city. This predates us by a long time, and is again another nod to all the different organizations and things that have been making events that have been bringing people here for so long. And so the Tourism Advisory Committee makes the determinations on these grants, and my department administers them. The next tourism rounds application window opens on Friday next week. It'll be open till May 3rd, and then the grants will be announced in July. We also do a ton of event promotion, not only for the events that we support through the grants and different sponsorships, but also we keep a pretty robust event calendar online, try to rope that into our email marketing platforms and things to make sure there's good awareness of the things going on in town. Last couple of years, we've had a visitor data plan through Datafy, and this has been really interesting. Basically, it uses mobile devices to make determinations about how many people are coming to Seaside. We use it for advertising primarily to see where people are coming from, what kind of volumes they're coming in, and where they go around town when they're at the beach, and how many people from the beach go to Broadway, and how many people from Broadway end up at one of the hotels, or things like that. But we also use this data. The department heads meet just as much as the city council meets, and we all put our heads together and try to work on different problems. And this Datafy data has actually been very useful for the rest of the city. The community development has used it for grants writing, and police and fire use it to estimate resource needs. I just, as you know, got done working quite a bit with Dagami on trying to figure out how this could fit within their modeling. And even though we couldn't make it match 1-to-1 because of the rigorous way that they set up their assumptions, it still was a tool for them to know that they were undercounting some of the stuff. So that was a great resource to have, and they were just like, wow, this is amazing. So it's not just advertising. We just hired a public relations firm. So in 2024, this will be a new initiative for us. We went through a whole RFP process with that. And I think this is a really kind of great development for Seaside. I've often said that I think that Seaside is sometimes a victim of its own success. People come to Seaside and have such an impression of it from their first time. And sometimes that first time was when they were a kid or something, and they have trouble to come back. And we especially see this with journalists who come and write stories about Seaside, and it's hard to get them to see it with fresh eyes for what it is today and everything it has to offer for today. And honoring that legacy is great, but we want them to see what's going on now. And so our public relations firm is going to help us with this. We've already had some success already, even in this month. In March, there's going to be a jazz and blues fest coming back to Seaside at the Convention Center. We have the editor of Northwest Travel and Life magazine is going to come out for the 3 nights and stay at the Salt Line and attend these and spend his time meeting with people in town and developing content for a bunch of stories in the future. So that's the kind of thing they're going to help us with. And then I put strategic partnerships on here because everything that I've mentioned up to now is pretty much under my purview. And I don't want to give the impression that this is stuff that I do all of this. It's really, my role is to understand who can do this stuff the best, what we need from them, and making sure that as we're shepherding through that process, that Seaside's offerings and potential and brand is protected and comes out the other side in a way that reflects accurately on everything we have to offer. So a lot of it is just understanding who the right people are to work with, how to get the best work out of them, and sometimes knowing when to let go. For instance, we had COVID was really tough on our radio partners, and so we switched, as I mentioned, to iHeart for this year. And just yesterday, I got a notice in the mail that one of our old radio partners just filed for Chapter 11. And so the reason we're not with them this year is because we could kind of sense that it wasn't quite the same as it was. And so I kind of felt validated that we were kind of looking out for the coming weather by knowing that was the result there. So that's a lot of what we do. I skipped over the Welcome Center. The Welcome Center, this is probably another thing that a lot of people think about when they typically think about DMOs. Our Welcome Center is a Seaside Welcome Center. It's also a state Welcome Center, one of 8 around the state. And that's really great for us because we get to collaborate with Travel Oregon on all sorts of different projects and fun giveaways to try to get people to come to all the different centers around the state. And then when they're here, they get to learn a lot about Seaside and get to explore Seaside. Where I think that we've seen a lot of evolution of what the DMO does is, I think, at the Welcome Center. Fundamentally, the way people take in information has changed over the last 10, 15 years, 20 years. If you look at the organization chart here, it's really set up in a way that harks to a time when smartphones didn't exist or weren't prevalent. People were in the practice of coming into a center to get information about tourism. We are now today reaching more people than we ever have before. Our website in 2023 was, again, another banner year as far as reaching people. Our interactions with people on social media and our email lists are higher than they've ever been. We're reaching more people than ever, but you're not seeing that same kind of growth on in-person people coming into the center. So what's kind of evolving is that you'll see, instead of our staff in a reactionary position, waiting to get questions about things, they're out. They're on boards at SDDA. They're out in the community meeting with people, letting them know about what our visitor guide can offer. They are answering lots of emails. They are answering questions and developing content for social media. It's more proactive, and that's really how it's changing. And where I see a lot of potential is in a future where we have a true tourism department and not just a tourism director and welcome center staff. the Welcome Center is never going to go away. There's always going to be those people that will benefit and need that kind of information. And I think people get a lot of value from it. But there's a lot to be said for reaching people where they're at and bringing some of the stuff we've already developed, our programs like the beach cleanup coins out to people where they're at so that we can realize more value out of that. We'll revisit priorities a little bit. Last year at this time, we talked about some of our priorities for the upcoming year, and accessibility was one of those priorities. And it's kind of gratifying to look back and see really how much we have accomplished on that side of things. We have Moby mats out at 12th Avenue now. Those were just a dream last time we talked about them. Those are the longest Moby mats in the state. And in fact, the Oregon Coast Visitors Association is developing a toolkit right now based on our experience getting these out last year to help other state partners do this. If you read the VIA AAA magazine, I think that's out right now. There's an article in there about accessibility and travel, and they do a lot of talk about our Moby mats here. So that's great. And we have a hearing loop at the Welcome Center. This was another one of those things we were hoping to get. So people with T-coil enabled hearing aids can dial directly into the voices of the staff behind the counter at the Welcome Center. But there's all sorts of other things, and some of them we've had for a really long time, like the beach wheelchairs, the David's chair. We've set up our website in a way that's accessible to all sorts of different folks. And so this is a continuing priority. It's a journey, not really a destination. We'll continue working on this. One of the kind of places that I'm definitely looking at is a inventory of wheelchair accessible lodging and attractions in Seaside. One of the problems that we're having with that right now is just that the workload for that kind of work is so high right now. Especially on the Oregon coast has been an early adapter of that kind of thing. And so the organizations that are really specialized in doing that kind of thing, they're doing all this work and they're kind of behind schedule. So we're kind of waiting for them to get ready to be ready to go, and we'll fold Seaside into that. Also, priorities, and this is continuing again, is smart, sustained positioning of Seaside as a year-round destination. This is our visitor data again. We didn't have December quite yet, so it's not included for 2023, but you get a sense of the data we have from 2018 to now. These are just visitors, people who have come from at least 50 miles or more away. And you can see that, summer obviously is a huge surge, but Seaside is a year-round destination. And even in the quietest months, there are almost as many visitors here as there are locals. And what that means is that we have more restaurants, more attractions and things to do than a typical city would be of this size. And one of our goals is to not really keep up the pressure in the summer, but make sure that we're supporting those wings so that is less of a fluctuation over time. And obviously fighting Mother Nature on that is a little bit hard. Another thing that you'll see on this chart, if you really like evaluating charts, is that COVID was weird for us, and it was really all along the coast. But we're really kind of right now starting to take our medicine for COVID. We were so busy after COVID as soon as we could be open, and that was all Oregon coast destinations. But it was a very uncomfortable busy, and there were resource problems, staffing problems, and all these things that just made it not ideal for all sorts of reasons. However, what we're finding now is that demand has softened, and that demand also created historically high room rates. And so we're seeing now softening demand, high room rates, and it's getting a little turbulent. So other than July, this graph, we've been off since May every month. And so I assume when we get December, it'll be the same. And that's not just Seaside, that's every Oregon coast destination right now. So as we kind of find that new normal, want to again make sure that we're really positioning Seaside really well to show up for the people who would benefit from a trip.
So when you see this, and we know historically that Seaside has had high room rates, and you see this kind of data and the softening, is this an opportunity for our tourism marketing department to actually engage with our hotels and give them feedback about how this is affecting their business and affecting the town's business in a way that maybe the hotels take a second look at the rates they've set?
It's pretty interesting, actually, because we talk about this at tourism advisory committees, but the hotels are looking at this on a minute by minute, hour by hour. They have lots of them are running software that does this, and I think we're going to see the pressure come down pretty quickly. But I think that certainly that is part of the conversation. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what happened is the hotels didn't have enough people to clean the rooms, so they closed rooms but increased rates, so they'd have the same amount of revenue. And now, as they can't garner those rates, they're going to have to make those adjustments. I mean,
but even historically, I know a common complaint from people attending conferences here, et cetera, has been how high the room rates have been. And there's been this sense that Seaside hotels always jack their room rates.
Yeah, well, you do seasonally. I mean,
yeah, I do think it's what the market can bear.
The market decision, yeah.
Well, and the other factor too is we've added a lot of capacity as far as hotel rooms, and so if there is a softening, I think they're all going to feel it, and you'll see rates naturally go down. And the other thing that we always got to bring into the conversation is nationally the economy is really soft. So just because we're a little soft doesn't necessarily mean we're falling behind or the Oregon coast isn't popular. It's just people are cutting back spending across the board. And it's not just us.
Kind of what I was trying to get at with the taking our medicine finally, because we kind of, a lot of people felt this pain back in the early COVID days, and we really didn't from the hotel perspective, right. And so, no, I don't think we're falling behind, but it is going to be bumpy for a little bit as we transition.
I think we've always been in a position, and since the time I opened my business in 2010 in the recession, is Seaside is I would say perfectly placed, because during recessions, during downturns, people use us as a local destination instead of the far trips. Mm-hmm. And people that can't afford to go overnight anymore can still use it as a day trip. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we're really a great place to be as far as that goes.
Yeah, that's why it's so fun to kind of market this place. I mean, it has a lot of opportunities from a lot of different perspectives.
And the year coming out of COVID was record attendance here.
Yeah, it was.
Well, and during COVID, when Portland and everything was shut down, still the restaurants and everything, you couldn't go in anywhere. We were open because of our low COVID numbers.
2021 year, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One thing to keep in mind too is, rates are going to be higher simply because their costs are higher.
Yep.
Substantially higher.
Yeah, and as we don't have workforce, we'll continue to see that
keep getting
that pressure.
Bad, yeah.
Okay, so I also wanted to talk a little bit about public information, because if you look at that org chart under the title there, you also see it. I'm the primary public information officer right now. John did it before me. John and Spencer still do this now. It's a job that isn't really doable from one small spot. But I think it kind of makes sense why it's in this department, why it was in that department before with John. We have the tools, we have the skills and aptitude to help in this way. And like I said, all the department heads are meeting all the time, and we're all trying to solve each other's problems from different perspectives in the small way we can. So what PIO looks like for us is press releases, sometimes in the early morning. Media inquiries, this happens quite a bit, just making sure that we're getting inquiries to the right people and making sure they're answered in timely fashion. Nixle alerts are a big one. this is closure of a street because of a fire, or even the tsunami testing. These often come out of our office, but John still does a bunch of them, and even dispatch will do them. Sometimes time is of the essence. If you see them and they're all caps, that's a good indicator that dispatch sent it. But it's a very important aspect of this job. External communications, media and branding. I don't need to get into the total weeds on all this stuff, but what this looks like is these press releases, and sometimes they're of this kind of nature where, crime or emergency services. And honestly, our first responders are just heroes. And so any way that we can support them so that they can focus on doing what they're doing, and we can be on scene or gathering information and trying to make sure folks know what's going on and how to be safe, we're going to do that. So it doesn't always look like this. Sometimes it's fun, like a delegation visits or the school names a street sweeper for us and we get to brand it. And so this is more scheduled and easy to manage. The fires and things, those kind of you have to wedge them into your schedule. But I view this information as equally important. And really, the department, even though we call it the Visitors Bureau, it's a communications department, and we're helping out in every way we can. Thank you. Have any questions?
This will be no surprise to Spencer, what I'm going to say, but I agree with you. It's more of a communications department. And what I see is that we pay a lot of attention to communications and marketing, etc., to those who don't live here. I believe we need to do more marketing and communications and education on a regular basis, not just on the need for a press release, but on a regular basis for our residents. And I really would like to see us have a robust newsletter kind of thing, or area on our website that provides more information to our residents about what is really being done where and by the council, by the staff. We're getting some really impressive presentations, and we're hearing about things that most people in the city don't even think about. I subscribe to newsletters across the state from cities and see what they do. Now, most of them are bigger than us, although the majority of cities in the state of Oregon are less than 10,000 in population. But robust newsletters, I think that's one of the best ways to communicate with our residents in an official capacity and give them tools to understand better, to know what they need to do to engage with us, and to also see what's going on in town. Press releases are wonderful, but they go to the newspaper and they go to Facebook and maybe some other places. But to have a newsletter or a communications tool that people can sign up for and know that they're going to get it, just like, I hope everybody signs up for Nixle, but it doesn't have to be emergency basis. So this is something I would like to see added to our city's communications endeavors.
Yeah, it's a interesting time to be in communications because you're right. The news release goes out to hundreds of media around the region. However, people consume information in many different ways, and so while we have a comprehensive marketing plan for external audiences, even just to reach a critical mass in Seaside would require an equal amount of resource and time. And I really miss the days of newspapers of record. And, you know, because I remember those were some of my first jobs was at newspapers, and it used to be a lot easier to put something on the record than it is today. But it's complicated.
I will say those are conversations we've been having with John and the Visitors Bureau about getting a newsletter started, and so we're in the early planning stages of that. With that being said, if we wanted a stronger presence on social media, that is, I can't overstate how much time that takes, staff time, because in order for it to be active and relevant, it has to be managed. And I'll just say we had a very active one in my last city where we had 3 full-time people dedicated to just the internal city communications, things like newsletters and social media. And so I think we're trying to see what we can do with the resources we have.
And I'm not talking more strongly social media than communications in various ways that go directly to our residents. I went to several towns in Oregon that it was very interesting. Every store I went to in the town had the city's newsletter posted behind their cash register and by their front door. It was very interesting. So it became a partnership, and that was that's just one strategy.
Reminds me of the little placards that the convention center puts around town.
Yes, exactly.
I have a question.
Sure.
Earlier you said something, and my wording may be different, but you said something about having a Department of Tourism. What would be different about that than what we currently have?
It would really be the change between the reactionary sitting and waiting for phone calls, sitting and waiting for people to come in. I'm talking about staff now.
Okay, staff-wise.
They would be out in the community meeting with hoteliers, meeting with business people, meeting with tourists where they're at on Broadway or at the beach, and sharing our resources with them, working on our social media calendars, helping with some of the production level design. You know what I mean? Just a department that's working on sharing the stuff we're already making, but proactively instead of waiting for a visitor to come and ask a question, basically.
Okay.
And I think that's where we kind of go to maybe really what you said it, and maybe really what we need is a communications department, and the tourism aspect is one segment of that.
So I assume there's got to be some work together between the convention center and what you guys are doing for them to use your materials as marketing materials for conventions. Or does it come the other direction? Or how much of that happens?
No. Again, complicated. We could talk about it for a long time, but I mean, they have their own advertising budget. I sit in on most of the convention meetings and help them with their advertising. I don't know. We work together on it, but there hasn't historically been a huge swath of advertising. They've developed a book of business. And I'm talking about historic now. I'm not talking about present day, but they developed a book of business, and it's only in the last couple of years that we've had free reign. We've had the branding and started advertising in different places. We're running a couple different digital campaigns now. Tina's done a great job with trade booths, and they've developed some collateral and stuff like that. So it's collaborative.
Well, I would just say that the branding's kind of come lined up together in the last couple of years, and it never has been. It's been totally separate. But the customer of the convention center is a lot different than Josh's necessarily marketing too. So I don't know how much that really.
I just wasn't sure how much synergy was happening where.
More than I've ever seen, for sure.
Yeah, it's changing in that direction.
Their direct customer is different, but the end result customer of the people coming to Seaside ultimately become Josh's customer.
Do those attendees to those conferences and things that happen at the convention center become your customer for visitors guides is in
Yes, yep. They're a
future
big user of our visitor guides. For instance, Tina just wrote me before this meeting saying, hey, can you send me one of those new Treasure Quest patches? Because when I go to trade shows, I put the visitor guide out to the Treasure Quest page, put the patch there, and that's really a good in for me talking about it. They move a lot of our visitor guides over there.
Right.
Yep, they do. And then when people are there attending conferences, we have guides up all around town and at the visitor center. We run videos on their screens. And so those, again, just like Seaside's been doing for generations, people come and are like, wow, this place is amazing, and then come back. So that is definitely part of the equation that we're trying to work on.
Josh, I was wondering, you talked about those mats on the beach on 12th. I know that's where it is. Is there plans to put them other places as well?
Yeah, we're developing that. We're looking at that. It's we had originally proposed them at 12th Avenue A or Avenue U, and so we have them at 12th. We might need a little bit more length at Avenue 12th for certain times of year, and we're evaluating the possibility of adding them at A or U as well.
Okay, good.
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
Are we still on schedule?
We were scheduled for a lunch now, but it's not going to be coming for another 20, 25 minutes. So we'll jump right into, why don't we take a 5 minutes and then start Public Works. We will start Public Works. When the food arrives, we'll take a break, go get our food, and then continue our meeting while we eat, if that's okay. And we'll keep going, and maybe we'll even get done early.
All right, there's nothing wrong with that.
Let's take just a few minutes, and then we'll turn it over to Mike and Ed.
Oh, yeah. Always good to have reminders.
Randy, I gotta leave.
Technology. Everything's coming through the laptop, but I'm having. I can see my responsibilities.
I gotta leave it too, because I gotta take my dog to the room, so.
All the controversial stuff after that.
We also just leave it too to take my doggy to the groomers. Spencer says, "Oh, okay, we'll just keep all the controversial stuff after 2."
You are the controversial.
Yeah, I am the controversial. Did Bob get the dog trim? Dogs, I got 2 Shih Tzus.
Is that right?
Yeah, they used to pronounce them Shih Tzus. I said, no, they do that, but you pronounce it Shih Tzu. That's what you do.
Safer.
A lot of people call them Shih Tzus. I don't know why the hell they do that. Even people that have them. Shih Tzus. So how you doing, Tom? Good?
Generally, disorganized, still trying to reorganize my office.
Good luck.
Yeah. No kidding.
But you know where everything is, don't you?
In general.
In general.
Some certain piles have been relocated or double stacked. And so I think I've paid things, and then I get this angry letter from the phone company or the telephone or the power company. So I'm really just trying to get, and then there's clients, you know.
Oh, yes.
I promised to by a certain date, and I'd go in and have a hospital appointment or something.
You never got COVID, did you? No good. I got hit with it in December. We expected since the darn thing didn't happen until 2019, and all of a sudden, boom! But I did all right. I had all my shots and all, and I got well. But I had plans for the New Year's and this, but everything worked out great. I got it in early December, and I went on through it. It's crazy, that damn COVID.
So you were immunized and you still got it?
Still got it.
Yeah. I keep thinking, because I ought to tell you about this, and I'm sure you're aware of it, but I was over there again today,
but not respiratory.
south end of the parking lot in
End up
front
in
of
the
the chisel
hospital with.
is a lake anytime it rains.
So I had a-
And there's like 5 spots that unless you're wearing.
Beginning of
you cannot get out of your car. And I don't think it's a drain, I think it's probably just the settled papers. It's evidently been there for a long time. I noticed it every once in a while.
In the beginning.
Just basically, I mean, it's like today, you know.
Early
there's a
60s.
whole huge space there.
Well, I've always immunized. My mother was
Thank
a
God you
nurse
didn't
and
get it
used to.
with your condition. Coffee's right over there.
Well, I think there's enough space there actually.
How are you doing?
Hey, Randy, it's wonderful to be up here. I'll tell you.
What's that?
It's
Going
wonderful,
away, Tom?
like the planning commission, the old days.
Okay.
Though I'm sitting next to a guy who was also, and then across from you was another guy. These two guys and me, we were on the planning commission together. Now look at it, a councilman and a mayor. What the hell happened?
Are you both gonna come up here, or just one of you?
Holy crap.
All right.
The light doesn't
Okay.
work, so just make sure it's on.
Yeah,
You just turn it on and, now try it.
Now's it work? Okay.
There you go.
everything's still recording, we're all ready?
I'm not turning it off till we're done.
Okay, all right, folks. Let's get started here.
It's amazing.
We have Public Works Director and our project manager here today to tell us all about what's going on
Oh, forget that.
here in the city.
That's bullshit. Fine.
Just use that for now.
Okay, this first slide is the Public Works organizational chart. It shows obviously the director and then Ed, the project manager.
Mike, you got to talk right into the.
Okay,
Hey, guys.
okay, and
Guys,
then,
we
you
get
hear me
started.
now? Okay, and then you're the mechanic, and then our street foreman. This is gonna give you in water and wastewater foreman an idea of what structure we have out there. I don't know what we can go,
Wow.
if we talk about part-time summer employees, they're really hard to find nowadays, especially ones that have the ability to do things we need them to do, so that's a challenge for us. I don't have the clicker to go to the next one, but, and that goes to all the departments have,
When do you start recruiting for those?
it depends. We like to wait till school's out. It's for the college guys that come back, that if he's gonna come back,
All right, Mike, your TV's working now, so you can.
okay. I have a guy that comes in for the wastewater treatment plant. He'll probably be here in April. So yeah, it just depends on when we can get him. Most of the, if we have high school students, we wait for the school to be out and release them before school starts again. It's nice to have the community members do it, so.
That's when they start working, but when you start the process of getting those positions out.
When does school out? We should start probably in June. We'll probably start in May, start advertisements in May
Okay.
to get those positions filled.
Do you utilize the job fairs that are put on by Cedar, or the intern programs that work through Cedar and Clatsop Community College?
We should. We don't, but we should. I used to
Okay.
do those
There's an
back in
idea for
Idaho. I
you.
used to go to the job fairs every year, so.
Okay.
That's a
And
good
I
idea.
think the fair is in April.
April.
I can't remember the date right now. Is it March? Okay.
Okay,
So
I'll
you
look
might
into that. That's a
look
great
into
idea. I
that.
think it's high school
Okay.
kids and college kids. College age, make sure I
SDGA
go to
also is gonna do one, so there'll be 2 of them.
I didn't do it.
What's the light blue section in there on the one before? I can't
Oh, I'm sorry.
really read it.
That's
Water.
I can't read that.
that's water.
That's the what, well, of course.
Yeah, it's water. Yeah, we tried to do that. I know green for sewer is kind of bad, but the rest of them are, that was what. Well, the streets was brown, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect, okay. And then we're going to go through each of my departments here to kind of give you an idea what's going on. In my opinion, the fleet department, our vehicles, I would say that our trucks, the half tons or better, are old. The last time they bought a new truck was in 2009. It was a Ford Ranger. And the last time we bought a truck was in 2022. That Toyota Tacoma with 70,000 miles on it. So I would like to, in this nearest budget, get one vehicle for each department, and then every year try to, we need to work through these in 5 years, try to get them all replaced and get some new equipment. The rats from the homeless camp are damaging our trucks. They're eating the wires. They started making the plastic out of soy oil, and rats love that. So they're eating the dashboards out of the garbage trucks. And we're getting at them. We've killed a lot. We're working on it. We got a guy down there doing that. So, and it's because we raised those buildings. That one building over where the homeless camp's at now, it was tore down. Took a lot of those buildings. That equipment is outside now. So it's in the elements and stuff. So. We were budgeting for a new building this year, big as we can get, for all that stuff. And our mechanic is busy as you wouldn't believe. He's pretty patient with me, but I was kind of tight, but we're getting it done.
Does your mechanic maintain the cars and trucks for all the city or just for the Public Works Department?
Fire, yes, all the trucks, all cars, police department does all the oil changes. And
Thank you.
He does a lot of the repairs that are, some stuff that's on warranty we'll send back, but if he can figure it out, we'll do it. That's cheaper for us to do it.
Yes.
And quicker.
I think the exception to that, though, is the fire trucks.
Yeah, we don't have any fire trucks,
Right.
just vehicles.
Specialists.
That makes sense.
Yeah, fire trucks are a safety thing. We don't play with those.
Correct me if I'm wrong. When we talked about raising that building, we said that we were going to be recouping some of the storage over at the sewer plant.
Yeah.
And
that didn't happen like we thought it was going to be. Right now, the Visitors Bureau has one full with the pamphlets or the brochures they get, was filled yesterday. It's just, you got anything to add to that?
I mean, I will. So the building out there itself is deteriorating. It's not in good shape. We recently had to perform some repairs there to the north end of that building, just because the roof was leaking, and the rest of the roof is in even this worse a shape. But I think one of the biggest things we have to take into consideration is when we are storing other materials in there that are not associated with the plant themselves, they're being contaminated with odor, just because of where we store was it the A1s?
Yes.
Yeah. So that building is not separated. It's all open space. So everything in there, all that odor just again contaminates anything else that's in there.
Yeah, the wastewater.
I will say one of the things that we're looking at doing once we acquire the Visitors Bureau property, we're looking at potentially building some storage on that site specifically for the visitors guides. Those come in on several pallets.
Yes.
I don't know how many pallets it is.
It was a truckload that come in yesterday. I haven't been out there to see
It is significant, and in the past, when they had new boxes, they'd have to drive to Public Works to that old shed. Now they're going to sewer. But I think once we acquire it, we could put it on the Visitors Bureau's property. We can use our transient lodging taxes to build it. What we have been doing is using Public Works' space, and they're short on space, to subsidize the Visitors Bureau that's got money to spend. And so we want to change that. And we've talked about ways to do that. So once we're ready with that, we'll come back to the council.
But it also sounds like we need some sort of a large storage building for Public Works equipment.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that you'll see come April is they have a proposal or working on a proposal for a significant building to the south of the current public workshop, so
Yeah.
out and back.
Yeah.
Pretty much
Okay.
maximize that space as possible, get
Yeah.
it out from under
Ed
the
and I have been-
elements.
Would be right on the back side of the current building?
Exactly. So our guys can walk right out the building right
Right.
into it.
Not attached to it, but
Yeah, it'll be a
between there
separate
and the
building.
property line.
Yeah.
We're shooting for 150 by 50, so, and it needs to be about twice that size, but we'll maybe next year do
Would
another
you
one.
would you be able to put vehicles in there if
Oh,
you
yeah,
needed
it
to
would
as
take
well?
most of them, and when I'll move on here, maybe the water's next. No, okay, straight. Well, when I get to water, all of our water
Okay,
pipes are
great,
sitting out,
thank
so public work challenges in the streets is pretty amazing. The guys spend a lot of time on homeless cleanup. Mill Pond's cleanup is almost done, but they go over there weekly and haul loads, don't they?
Yes, they
of
do.
it's matter of fact, the Recology in Astoria denied a load because it had so many needles and stuff in it. They I think, and he made us take it to Long Beach. Long Beach, yes. So and they're starting to look really close at that truck when it comes in, and so that's a challenge for those guys. And we respond to a lot of department needs. We have a couple of those guys that are constantly going to fix mostly, the library was a problem, and not so much anymore, I don't think. Have you heard? You do most of those, but Matt Long does a lot of that. He comes down here a lot. Any building that needs something, he's running, and which takes him away from what we need to do in the streets. And then
Can I also add, I'll probably jump in a lot because Mike and I have been working pretty closely
Right.
quite a bit recently. It's a bit of a misnomer to call it the streets department.
Yeah.
They are the generalists of the public works department. We have our specialists, water and sewer. Streets does street maintenance, stormwater, parks, building maintenance,
airport,
airport,
prom.
restrooms, garbage pickup. So they are the kind of jack of all trades.
Have you
And
thought
so-
of changing the name to General Maintenance Department so that it
it-
is more descriptive and
Well-
so that
I don't know if
also
it's
the
the
citizens
name.
know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the name necessarily. We can talk some more later, but I do want to see them get some more training in the streets because I think there's some more we can
Right.
be doing there. But we may look at designating specific positions with certain titles along those lines and things like that.
In other cities I've been involved with, they've had a parks department that had the building maintenance in it. So I
Right.
think that's kind of all in the streets.
We're just not that big though.
Yeah, we're just not that big. Yeah.
Would it be beneficial in any way if if you had a designated parks department, or does that not matter?
A
lot of cities do.
I've thought of a lot of ways, even a building maintenance department, but it seems to be fine in the streets. They're good, but
I don't
Just
I don't
more
think I don't think that we're large enough that it would make sense to have additional supervisors. for
yeah,
that,
we just
so.
need
True.
we need more employees in the street department, and that's I'll bring that up in the budget issues. But the road maintenance program is non-existent. I've been researching that since me and Spencer have been talking about it, and I actually found I don't know if I developed, but the Public Works in the North Coast, I developed a meeting that we go every 2 weeks, or every 2 months, every other month, I should say. And we talk about things to try to figure out why we reinvent the wheel. So all the guys, even the Clatsop County Public Works Director, he comes to it. So and the biggest thing we're working on is this road maintenance program that I didn't think existed in Seaside. It did before Neil Wallace took it out when he came. So we're going to see if we can find and rebuild that program. I haven't talked to you
Yeah, I
about that
think
yet.
this is something that I've done in another
Right.
city, and we'll have a firm come out and basically give us inventory our streets and give us a ratings condition of for each street, and they'll come back and say, okay, given the budget you have, well, first of all, they'll say, here's how much you should be spending on a maintenance plan, and this is where you should do it. Recognizing very few cities have that, they'll say, with the amount of money, here's your priorities, and so we want to go off of that rather than just like complaints or here. And there are some things that are counterintuitive with that, like if you have a street that's in very disrepair, they say, don't touch it. Because you could spend all of your budget on that, or you could extend the life of 50% of the streets in your city, and the cost in the long term is your money is much better invested extending the life of the streets rather than replacing really
Heal a
bad
bunch of
ones.
streets rather than
Right,
replace.
exactly.
Right.
Well,
So,
and
but
take
we'll
it-
want to lean on their expertise. And so I think we've identified a first company that can do that, and we're going to look for others to get quotes.
Good.
And take into consideration that we have so many wood sewers that cause sinkholes.
Well, that's coming up too.
That's coming.
Yeah,
Okay, I
Classic
saw lunch just arrived, so we want to take a,
It'll be 2 minutes.
okay.
Okay.
One more slide.
Slide.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so, and then the road maintenance program, we're gonna develop that, a lot of, like, we've taken, 3 days getting rid of those junk RVs. We have to be completely tore apart and hauled away. And the street maintenance is just getting behind, because we have other commitments. And also the guys do park maintenance, like we said, airport maintenance and prom maintenance.
I've wondered, we had a substantial backlog when we first set up everything with the old RVs, and you had to store them out behind. Have we added much to that inventory, or are we kind of out of that? We just,
Talking about the backlog since 10th and Mechanicum.
right.
I think all of
Are
those
we
are
getting
gone.
more
We,
as time goes on still?
yeah, they bring them there. Sometimes they tell me, sometimes they don't. I just look out the window and go, wow, I got a new RV last night. But, and so we wait for the police department to tell us that we can get rid of them, and then we turn. We don't want to.
So
have
they're
them towed
still
away.
coming.
Yeah, we still have. There's 2 more down there.
Okay.
But we got rid
All
of
right.
3
I think we get rid of them as soon as we can.
as soon as
Right.
we can. Well, and then we have, and we got time to.
And we don't allow them to be resold.
No, that's the thing, because they'll end up right back where they come from.
They
Well,
Right
absolutely,
back.
yeah.
And they're full of rats, so hopefully it'd be nice. That's,
Turn the rats loose in there,
Yeah.
let them eat all that.
yeah.
All right, moving on.
Okay, moving on. So the water guys, the biggest thing I think with those guys, and since I've been here, I've worked a lot on training, and they're getting better. We just need to put more money into that to send them to classes that are actually going to benefit us. Since I've been here, they've always sent us to the classes here at the convention center, same classes, same training, but they get their CEUs that they are required. I'm going to try to get them to where I can send them to classes that they need to go to. And certified operators actually in water is not a issue yet. We have a treatment plant operator, Ron Warner, will probably retire anytime. I don't know. He just smiles when I ask him. So we got to replace that guy, and we got to get a guy certified. I'm certified to run the plant, but we need somebody that's also certified. North Tank interior paint, you guys have heard about that. We had a washout up at the,
Can I give an update on that?
yes,
On the tank painting, while we did have the budget funds for it this last year, I've been working with Business Oregon to get a loan instead. They think that we can get a loan that will have a 50% principal forgiveness and then a 1% interest rate after that. So that will lessen the
That'd be
need to do the second round of rate increases. But
Yeah.
we'll have more of that to come. We've applied, we're hopeful,
Yeah.
But that's the
Yeah.
latest update on that tank.
That
But
could
we
be
hope
a-
to be doing that this year.
that could be a $500,000 savings if that
Right.
works. And the storms this year, we have the pipe bridge, we call it. It's had a washout. You guys have probably never seen it. Spencer's seen it. We need to do more research to see what's going on there. We have a culvert that needs to be replaced in the watershed. North Coast Land Conservancy is looking into that. The lead and copper rule has a new rule. We inventory all the pipes, both sides of the meter. It's ours and your customers, and we're doing that as we replace meters. So that's why you'll see a lot of meters being bought. It only has to be in houses prior to 1986 because they stopped all lead in 86 on any kind of pipes. We have the water master plan due in 2025, and that's going to be a project there's no telemetry at any pump stations, which means that we have no communications to any of those stations. If one goes down, we have no idea unless they're checked 3 times a week. We drive around and check them.
you know, hopefully, or somebody calls, I don't have any water, so, okay. Well, so, yeah, and we've, since I've been here, we've got one out at so everybody on 26th, that used to be a big deal, there's no water, but we've got a generator we borrowed, I think it was the old fire department generator we put in there. We do have the emergency generator for Thompson Falls, and Zach's happy about that because there's no water. If that goes out, there's no water, no fire protection at all in Thompson Falls. And we need indoor storage for the pipes, hydrants, and fittings, which is hopefully going to incorporate into the building we're going to build. So, you guys want to eat lunch? Because this will be between. We'll go start on sewer, so you better eat before you get there.
Yeah, oh, great.
Let's eat lunch before
Lunch is in the conference room. Go and get it and bring it back, and we'll get restarted as soon as everybody's settled.
Need some water or anything?
Yeah. Move into sewer.
How long is our lunch break?
There isn't one. We're gonna work through that.
It's a working lunch.
Oh,
Bring it in here. Bring it back.
I hope it's gluten free. I'm kidding.
If you don't eat the crust.
Oh, we can't cover to get whatever one.
Low carb.
Yeah, if you peel the
Yeah,
crust
if you
off.
don't eat.
Pick the veggies off.
Figure out how to do pizza that way.
Eat the cheese and pepperoni. Good to go.
Oh, you're going keto.
I've got apple slices. I haven't looked at the rest of his. I should probably go find out how he feels like he's doing on time. This was supposed to go.
I think we were giving him an hour. Some of it will be how much time we want to spend on sewer. Who's the next one?
Next one is
Brian?
David. Please. Lisa and Brian and us.
We have a low carb, this is not working.
I don't eat any carbs, so it's not working for me, but I don't want to start.
Yeah, I didn't want to make a big deal about it, so I figured I would die.
Go ahead.
Well, this is a very good product.
What's that? I didn't really can do it on time.
Get water.
Does it work for food?
10 minutes probably, maybe more.
Well, there's no rush. I'm just trying to figure out how to coordinate. Everyone else.
I would say the wastewater is going to be, there's a lot of issues with wastewater. Yeah. Water. We'll figure it out.
What we can't do.
You're welcome to go in there. You can eat and talk at the same time.
I brought my lunch in.
I got an email, some sort of grant funding for lead pipes, but I don't know what kind of inventory you have for lead pipes. That's kind of what I thought it was, but.
That's why I didn't say much about it. We just have to.
What about copper? Copper.
Yeah.
Well, I understand the lead one,
Right, but we've tested for years.
Yeah.
We test with oil all the time. Never did anything else. As long as we don't, our pH doesn't go drop. We're mandated to do that. If we drop below 7.2 for a week or so,
I'm good, thank you.
Spencer, you made a comment earlier about parks department and a staff person that could or wouldn't necessarily be required to run it. I was wondering, is there a threshold where communities have park staff or park departments? And what criteria did one use to figure that out?
I think it's just based on the needs, the size. So I go back to when you do your emergency operations training, they talk about your span of control. And so, which typically best practice is probably 4 to 7 people you want to supervise. And so when you have a supervisor that has more than that, then you need to start creating different divisions and whatnot. Where at our streets department, we're not at that size yet, so it doesn't need to be broken off. I've also seen where it is a separate department for Public Works and integrated with Public Works. And my opinion is it's better integrated with Public Works because they work together with the equipment and expertise and other things. So there's not really a exact formula, but it's kind of based on what the needs are for the particular city.
Would you say that we're 10 years away from a situation where that might change, or?
I'll be honest, I don't see it, well, depends on what you mean by department. I could foresee us having a parks division within Public Works. I don't see us having a standalone parks department. I don't know because most of it is based on growth, and we're not a high growth community. Now, maybe when we add the North 40, we reassess, or we expand Cartwright Park as well. We reassess, how we're staffed for parks. I think we'll let the workload and the work generated by that dictate the staffing level, and then that will dictate whether or not it needs to be its own division.
Okay, let's get started.
Yeah, I went back to streets for a minute because as Tia mentioned, we do take care of the cemetery, and that's Nikki, the administrative assistant, does all that, and all the benches, all the light poles, all those plaques, all that stuff. She does all of that. So.
And what do you foresee this coming year will be the need for the maintenance on the prom, of the prom?
Well, I don't know if you guys would walk that. Some of the rails have got some damage to them, and they've been hit. And Ed's been researching different materials that work, so we don't have to go back and do it over and over again. We have the paint because it was recently painted, so we have the matching paint and everything. So, do you have something you're going to use, or do you know?
Well, there's a few different products that we're going to be testing out, and so I've been working with Jeremy, our foreman, to go out and do some test spots in some areas just to make sure that it's going to work before we actually move forward with a full-on repair and getting those into the schedule. So, we also need some better weather as well. That's the one thing that being here on the coast is something that we always struggle with, is the window of opportunity to make a lot of these exterior repairs. I mean, it ranges anywhere between 3 to 5 months on average. So everything has to really be planned out to perform those.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's been a godsend to the Public Works. He's been great. So, okay, now we're going to go into a subject. Wastewater. Let's start with treatment. When I took over Public Works, I'll have to admit wastewater wasn't my thing. I've learned a lot in the last year. I think Spencer has too, about the treatment process. The treatment plant needs to be updated to keep us in compliance with DEQ. It just never has been updated. It was built in the 80s. Was it 80s? 80s, and has its early 80s, and it's nothing's been updated. We have a guy that's guiding us in this, and we need to update the clarifiers. I know that means nothing to you. You guys want me to give you a real short wastewater treatment class. It just, because the water comes in at the headworks and it's got a screen that takes out all solids. And I'm talking metals, anything that goes down the toilet that is not wastewater, takes it out there. Then it goes into a aeration basin that aerates it, that has bugs in it, and the bugs eat the wastewater and they discharge methane. And so, and to keep those bugs happy, it has to be aerated. That's why it says we need to update the aeration basins, update the aeration in the basins. And it goes to the clarifiers, and so.
Can I just say that the current aerators don't really put much oxygen in there?
So it's getting better. It's getting better, but not where it needs to be. So we're in the process of figuring what it's going to cost to upgrade that.
But we expect that update to be done in the next 6 months.
Yes. Yeah. And then it goes to the clarifiers. And what it does at the clarifiers, it's actually not wastewater that goes, it's bugs. The bugs die, and that's what we put. And they separate, they sink. The bugs will sink, and then the water at top is let out and goes to a disinfection system and then back out to the river. So and then the bugs are sent to the dryer to be treated, and that's a real quick. But all that needs to be updated. The electrical system out there is in poor shape.
The description from the consultant was they felt like they were walking in a time capsule.
Yeah, it's.
Is there a risk the whole system could just fail? I mean, like, how close is it to being like catastrophic?
I will say right now we're still discharging untreated into the river.
When we
part
have
of that is the capacity of the system because it's not working the way it should. So.
Right. And then the dryer system, we were working on that too. I don't know if Spencer wants to update you on where we're at on the dryer, but.
Yeah, I noticed you have dryer up there twice.
Do I? Well, it's twice as bad as you think it is. No, I'm just kidding.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm sorry I missed that. I actually have, but
no,
yeah,
that makes sense.
It's important that we
we
figure that dryer out. I don't know if we want to get into detail.
I will say, just as an update, I mean, this is the time to kind of share what's going on. But,
okay.
We had our consultants go through the contract we have with that company, and there are many issues. The contract we entered into states that we will pay as soon as they ship. They'll ship it in different pieces. As soon as they ship, we have to pay the full amount for that. And so now the warranty starts the moment it ships, or the moment we take possession, and it's for 18 months. There's no end date for when they have to have it installed, so they could take 18 months to actually get it installed. And what are some of the other? There's some other things, but and then we're responsible for the installation. We're also responsible to maintain the equipment that's been shipped to us that's not in operation yet. The other part of it is they have to submit plans for DEQ approval.
Right.
And they have still not submitted their 60%.
It's 30%. It's the 30%.
Oh, 30% plans.
And
they're a year behind.
Yeah.
And
they're building
the warranty clock has already started for us. Now, they've already shipped us parts for something that hasn't been approved for DEQ yet. So this is a cluster. And so the engineering firm out of Newport, we've hired them to basically, for lack of a better word, beat them into shape and try to negotiate better terms. And look, if you want to continue to do business with coastal communities, you need to treat Seaside right. And so they've got the expertise, and so they are starting to get online. We were supposed to get a shipment this week.
It was denied. We're not taking it.
Mike just told them we're not taking any more until we get this all sorted out and fixed.
Yeah, because when you talk, those shipments are $350,000, $450,000. It's not like
And the person who's over it is like a debt collector. As
Yeah.
soon as it ships, he's
Yeah.
calling several times a day wanting to know where his check is.
Yeah, yeah. So it's irritating. He's really irritating. Actually, he actually, after I told him we're not accepting anything, I haven't heard a word from him. So,
So before we move on the capacity, isn't the issue with capacity though mostly infiltration of water?
yes, yeah, we'll get to that. This is on the treatment side. I'll get to the collection
Well,
side here in a minute.
that's
yeah.
a significant part of it, but also, sorry, I took a bite. But also, some of the capacity issue is just how much it can take through. So if it's taking so much longer to treat, that affects how much can come into the
So
plant.
it's infiltration, but it's also the plant itself is not working properly.
Yeah.
It-
If you
it
can't
is not-
aerate
it's-
it properly, you
yeah.
can't process it.
It's working now as it was designed to work, so it's better. We're in compliance so far and everything, so it's better. Yeah, so I mean, the worst part of the system is the collection system, and it is by far, in my opinion. So and then we also need to upgrade our training, just like we do in water, to get those guys the training they need. We need a certified operator. Treatment level 3 operators in treatment are hard to find. Just there's few. I think we're looking at because. What is it? Who has it? Warrington has one, and I think Archgate.
Warrington has been searching for one for a year.
Okay, yeah, there's one at Fort Riley, and there's one at Archgate.
There are 600 Class 3 treatment operators in the country.
Right.
So Newport just hired one out of somewhere in the Midwest with a significant increase in salary, a significant signing bonus after 1 year.
Yeah.
And so if we were to go to a treatment 4, there are only 200 in the country.
Yeah, they
that is very rare, and it was looking that way. However, one of our consultants already in working with DEQ has changed the course to assure that we'll stay at a 3. So that is something that we'll need to do hopefully soon is get a level 3 certified supervisor out there. With that being said, I've also been in talks with Warrington, who's have a hard time searching for one, to say, let's look and see if there's a way that we can jointly hire someone.
Yes.
We don't need that level of expertise 24/7, but if they spent half the week here and half the week there, our operators can do the rest of the work. And so we're gonna
looking
look
at
at any
that.
avenue, and we have a couple of ideas up our sleeve.
And I get letters all the time because I've got lots of certifications, and I'm sure our guys do too. If I don't catch them first, from outside organizations trying to get advertising for our guys to come work for them. So we have to be really. If I catch them, they're in the garbage because they're mostly they come to Public Works, and I just throw them in the garbage because that's no. Guys are staying here.
That from the record.
We add a shredder to the budget.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I get them all the time for Public Works Director too, and I throw them away anywhere. So, so the telemetry, there's no telemetry inside the plant, which is an issue. We need. You should be able to see everything what's going on in the plant as far as the machinery, chemicals, doses, all should be able to be monitored from the plant. And you have to walk around and I don't know why that wasn't happened, but this never has been updated.
We'll say, we didn't think we had, so sometimes we refer to this as a SCADA system, both in
SCADA,
water
right.
and sewer. Our staff was always under the impression we don't have SCADA at sewer, and that was always a weakness. One of our consultants have come through, they've actually found there has at one point been a SCADA system that the city
Just never
walked
did
away
it.
from.
Just disconnected it. Don't need that.
Now, it doesn't work now, but we
doesn't
don't
work.
know what went into that decision making.
So hopefully the wiring's there, so some of it can be reestablished. We'll see. And master plan needs to be updated. We're working on that now. And the dryer again. And the reporting to DEQ needs to be properly done, and we are doing that now with Grant is doing that. We're getting back on that, so.
Well, with that being said, the DEQ reporting, which I appreciate that you're now doing, but that even puts more urgency to this issue because the public's going to be outraged to hear that
Yes.
we're having this issue.
Yeah, like the Wahana yesterday, we had a manhole leaking because of the rain. That has to be reported. And now we're right on that. We have to be.
Rightfully so. I just mean we need to
Right.
take action quicker now that we're reporting this because this is gonna be an issue.
Yeah, and
I think we're
hopefully,
doing everything we can as fast as
yeah, we're doing
address
everything.
it, but you're right. Nothing's changed in terms of actual spills into the rivers. It's just that we're now actually reporting it like we're always supposed to. But yeah, I think there's probably a little bit of patience, but I think the community will run out of patience very quickly.
Right.
And how's the patience going on with DEQ?
DEQ is very good, that if
Okay.
you're proactive and working with them, they'll work with you. If you hide
Great.
things and cover things up and they catch you doing things, that's when you're in trouble. So we're showing all our cards and working with them, and they've been great to work with.
Right. As long as you're open with them, they seem to be. No, I'm not going to say we're not going to get any more fines. And, you know, the only good thing about a fine is if, let's say they fine us $50,000, if we put that towards a water plant, they usually wipe that. So it's hopefully that'll work that way. And
I do notice these things that there's a lot of cities around metro area in particular that are reporting them all the time too.
yes.
So we're not
Yeah,
alone.
We're not alone. It's just
Yeah.
the reporting has to be
It's
done
just,
in a timely
it's us,
manner.
you know.
Right.
So it's very important to us.
Right. So wastewater collections is our next one. I think this is our weakest city, in my
David,
opinion.
do you have a question?
Yeah, I had a question.
Oh,
A lot of the stuff when we've gone to like LOC and gotten presentations from the state, it seems like a lot of the grants and loan programs and stuff that are out there are around water, water and wastewater treatment.
we're looking into those two. All we can.
Particularly the one Spencer mentioned, that has been available for a long time.
Right.
And we didn't avail ourselves of it.
Right.
Yeah, that
Because
was
we kind of thought everything was,
Yeah, we're trying our best. Yeah, we're going to try to
Even to
do.
do the dryer.
that loan program could have been available for the dryer as well. So we have a rule here, we're not going to start any project until we've exhausted every state agency and the programs that they have and things like that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think they get paid like but it feels like they get a commission because they're actively trying to help us.
Trying to
So,
sell it,
we
give
want
you
to work
money.
with them.
There's no
Yes.
reason for us not to take the help.
Right. Right. And on the wastewater collection side, we have a serious I&I problem, infiltration and intrusion of water into this collection system, which in turn wears out our pumps, overflows out of the manholes, wears out all that water goes to the wastewater treatment plant. And then if the wastewater treatment plant in a bagged storm system, it goes right through the plant and out in the river. So it does get some disinfection, but not like it should. So so we need to really work on the I&I, and that's because the manholes are so old. They just obviously the water in Seaside is just gonna a water table it's just gonna completely go.
So the first thing we'll do, and the big obvious one right now, is that Circle Creek campground drains into our sewer system. And so that's against our ordinance. And so we've been looking into the history to make sure they weren't granted some permission to do that. But on the advice of our consultants, I'll be drafting a letter to them saying, you've got this much time to fix the solution. Because there are fines associated with doing that. And they just need to come up with their system. Every time there's standing water in that campground, it's coming through our lift station and into the sewer system. That's the number one factor for overwhelming our sewer treatment.
So they have a drain field there?
No, their sewer lines goes into the collection system, and then I went out. I asked the guys out there to make me tell me how many hours, because our pump is out there and it runs. We can monitor the hours of every day. So normally on a summer day, it'll run half an hour, 45 minutes. On that storm, it ran for 24 hours a day for 2.5 days. Because we basically pump that pump ground.
So they're on city sewer?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have.
They're just, but it's collecting tons of water.
So it just goes through their
Because
sewer system.
through the RV hookups,
Right.
it's draining their property into our sewer system.
And that pumps it up to another pump at the Jungle Gym place. And then from there to Franklin, by the admin building, and that one in the
Partway.
admin building gets so much that it overflows. I guess it can't take it. There's 2 pumps running under, and it just can't take that water. So, and all that water that does get pumped goes to the wastewater treatment plant. So, and then all the pumps, we have 26, I don't know if you know that, lift stations in this city, which is crazy. But, so it goes through half of them, everything on the west side of the river. So, that's crazy. We can double our production in the wastewater treatment plant in a day. Go from 1.5 million to 3.5 with a storm.
Were we just unaware of this thing with Circle Creek? Is
I
this the first time we
As I've talked to our sewer staff, we're aware of it, and they've talked to the staff, and it's we'll look at it, and it's never escalated beyond that.
So
I've
it's been sort of ignored.
Yeah, I've been looking into other things, and the one that's on, what is the other one over here on Shoreline Terrace? What is that? There's a RV park.
Trails?
Yes, they might be doing some of the same things. They have 2 private pumps that we don't have any access to now. I'm going to try to see if I can get there and then get their hour readings too to see how much they're pumping during the storm event. And then we get floods over there too.
They're not quite in the same bowl.
Yeah. Not as
that
bad.
Circle Creek is in,
Yeah.
but
It
Yeah,
does.
but not as bad as Circle Creek, but still, we need to get rid of everything we can, in my opinion. So, and we have failing pipes causing streets to fail. There's like on 5th Street off of 101. You can see it. There's on South. What is it, Edgewood, wasn't it? South Edgewood?
Edgewood.
Yeah, about every 20 feet, there's a sinkhole right on the main line. You can see it sinking. Needs to be replaced. And those sinkholes take in water,
Right.
The manholes need to be sealed, which I've already said. That's important too. There is a way to do that. It's a little expensive. And training also for the collections operators. We have certified operators for the collection system. Actually, I'm certified for the collection system. And we need, and all these other things are working on. Our stormwater maintenance program needs to be.
Can you go back to lack of fats, oils, and grease program?
Oh, I forgot to skip that. Do you know what that means? What it is, in every restaurant in town has a fats, oil, and grease. It's a trap.
Right.
That is supposed to trap the fats and oils and the greases so it won't go into this wastewater treatment system.
Right.
And that stuff clogs up your pumps. It cakes to the outside of the pipes. It's just nasty.
Decreases the capacity of the pipe.
yeah.
Right, yeah. So it takes up volume, right. There's not an inspection program right now, and there needs to be. We need to. I've been looking into who goes in to inspect those restaurants once a year. There's got to be somebody.
The health department. I mean, they do reports.
Right, and see if we can go with them or
once or twice a year.
Right, and go in and check those. We just need to make it a
That's one of
ordinance.
those things our consultant is putting together as a recommended
I
program.
think the county does. That's through the
Right.
county.
I forgot.
And I will say, we're especially vulnerable with all the fried fish.
Yeah.
Of course. It's hard on our system.
And the French
They do fried
fries.
fish in this town?
What's that?
Do fried fish in this town?
No. Sometimes.
And the French fries.
French fries, and unfortunately, Chinese and food is the worst. I
Oh,
don't know
yeah.
why that is, but the ones I've looked at, they can be nasty. So, I think that's all of my. Do I have more? Oh, and then me and Ed's building.
Yes.
The public roof. I'm sorry, we budgeted $120,000 for a replacement last year. We were $180,000 short. So, I rebudgeted again this year to try to get that. That roof is rusting. You can explain what's going on with it.
Well, it's just deteriorating in our environment. I mean, we're right next to the ocean, so all that salt air just really wreaks havoc on all the materials that we really have here. It's not only the buildings out at the wastewater treatment plant; those are deteriorating, and the public works shop. But most of these, from what I can see, these were all installed 20 years ago. The lifespan of most metal roofings is about 20 years.
And those are in good environments. So we live in a pretty harsh environment. So most of the buildings that we have metal on are they're near their end of their life cycle. And so we need to address those fairly soon.
Admin side has been done, right? On the
Correct, but I actually took some pictures of that yesterday, and that was installed 7 years ago. And there's already, I already saw evidence of rust beginning on the ends where, towards the gutters, both on the north and south slopes. So it's just a harsh environment. On some of these buildings, I would maybe, let's get away from metal, maybe go to TPO style roofs or vinyl or a vinyl style roof. They're trying to think of an example. I know that the Astoria Public Works Department went to it, and it's just a totally different system. It's better than torch down, but I think overall it's going to be a much better system than the metal for the roofs. The siding, it's not so bad, but on the roofs themselves, I think we need to change that up design wise. And so, it's not only those buildings, just generally looking at all the properties that we own, there's just a lot of maintenance issues that need to be addressed sooner than later. Otherwise, we're going to have even more damage, more costly damages if we don't take care of them soon.
Right.
So.
A lot of these have come up because of Ed and I looking and seeing. We need to, I'm not blaming anybody for not doing it. I just think it never was checked. It never was looked at. And the heating system in our building, I was in there this morning about 6 and it rattles and it's bad. We fixed it, I think, 3 or 4 times since I've been here. And the guy told me it's rusting, it's falling apart. It needs to be replaced. It's outdated, it's inefficient. And Ed's talked to the guys about what to do with it, but.
Is that a forced air gas system?
It's forced, yes, it is gas. Yeah.
Yes, it is a forced air system.
And I've had requests for AC.
So it's just the furnace itself?
I don't know. I go up there and it's
Like the air
yeah.
handler fans.
Pretty much. So the one at Public Works is the ducting and everything is fine. It's actually the air handler units themselves that are aging out. And so for me, again, it goes back to, when all these buildings were done 15 to 20 years ago, everything is just, they're at the end of their life cycle.
Our salt air eats that stuff away.
Exactly.
It's not stainless.
Exactly. And even stainless will deteriorate too. It just depends on what grade it is. So, it's 305.
But the furnace
306,
itself is not outside, right?
No, it's up above the admin part of the building, yeah. So you can hear it really well. And I think that's the end of our presentation.
One of the things that we've been doing a lot over the past year or so is trying to do these kind of surveys and figure out what we're going to be doing in the future, because we've never really had a long-range plan. And one of the most important parts, obviously, is Public Works, because that deals with all the infrastructure that we have around town.
Sure.
Whether it's roads, water, sewer, everything that you can reach out and touch kind of comes under your department.
Right.
So, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll see how much we can give you when we get the budget time.
Mike, I have one question. On the streets sheet there, you had 2 statements that were separated apart, and I just wanted to see if there's a relationship between them. You said you're spending a lot more hours with your staff on the cleanup from the homeless camp.
Oh, yeah.
You said that we're not getting to the maintenance on the streets.
Yeah, it's the maintenance
Is that
on the
a
streets
is there a causation there?
We're not being able to get to the street maintenance that we need to.
Is that because of the cleanup at the homeless
Yes,
camp?
yeah, all of our guys are always doing something
Because
else. I gotta pull, I pull Jeremy and Ed will contest to it, probably hates it when I call him because I'm always pulling somebody. I need somebody for this, or I need somebody, or I call Ed, I need somebody for this, and they're just going anywhere.
I get questions from residents about
Yeah, the
maintenance
resident-
issues around
yeah.
town, and it's easy to see a street,
Right.
and your staff is being retasked to do something else that wasn't on the list a few years.
Right, yeah, those
Now,
bathrooms are.
that doesn't
killer.
mean that
Thank
some
you.
of the problems are things our guys wouldn't necessarily be doing. They may be more of a capital project needing a more extensive fix by a
Right.
specialty company, but there are some of the things you may be seeing are, backlogged, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Potholes and.
Potholes, yeah.
Yeah, we got called last night that somebody pulled the door off the men's bathroom at the chamber, so.
Oh,
I mean, it's just, that's a constant thing for us.
Yeah, at that camp, we are there weekly. Paul Knock does a weekly inspection every Thursday.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I go with him.
And after that inspection, he determines, what we need to clean up, honestly. So some of those things can take a half a day, some of them take a full day. I actually have, I think I did 3 inspections with Paul 3 weeks in a row and photo documented what I saw. And I could go back through the photos and see the progression of what it was from week 1 to week 3.
Yeah.
And it's not pretty.
It's terrible.
And think about it also, we have volunteer citizens who go in and clean up as well.
Yes.
Right.
So if we've got volunteer citizens and all of this on our public works staff,
It's remarkable what they
Yeah.
haul in there. It's just crazy.
We also have volunteer citizens bringing and hauling that stuff to
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, well, you're right
That
there
too.
too, yeah.
So I'll just say our next presentation is from Public Safety, is from Police. And I can't remember if Chief had some stuff in there. I'm sure he'll bring it up, but I have some updates on things that Paul and I have been working on as recently as yesterday. That are just starting in the works, but that deal with this, that we can continue that discussion.
Yeah, it's pretty, one time I got called and my guys were striping the streets. So all the crews were gone and they called and said the chamber's bathroom has blown up. It's terrible, women's side. I'm like, I'd do it myself. Never again. That was terrible. That was bad. And why they do that, I have no idea.
are the bathrooms designed so that you can take a power hose and
Oh yeah, that's
hose
what I did, but
them all down?
absolutely, it was still nasty.
thought
There
they
was
were.
stuff.
I always
But
call
it's still
it's
terrible.
prison grade materials.
There's stuff on the walls. They just and it was the women's side. I was appalled. I was like, "What?" All over the walls. It was.
The turnaround bathroom, is there any plan to update that in the near future? Because I remember it was pretty bad when I was in there last time.
Needs to be updated.
Yeah.
I'll have to look in the prom plans and see. I'm sure I've heard Dale talk about it a couple of times. We had a lot of work done on the outside. But
Yeah, the inside, especially the men's, is very bad.
Yeah,
It's, yeah.
I think it was updated when we did the prom centennial to
Yes.
a small degree, not completely remodeled, but I remember more work went into it.
There's a
Because
lot of
Dale was trying to get everything
I think that's
really
part of our
nice.
plans, is to go through each of one of our areas and build out, the capital projects that need to happen. And,
Right.
I mean, that's going to be a process to get through all of them, but
Yeah.
eventually we'll
That's one of those
plan, then we just figure out how to pay for
long-term
it.
goals is to have, like a 5 or 10-year plan on where everything fits.
I forgot about the bridge maintenance that we do. We just got a list of all that kind of stuff that we need to do. That me and Spencer actually rode with him on the river and seen underneath the bridge, and we've got stuff. We've got to fix holes and
Although they do say
do all
they're in
kinds of
generally
things.
good shape.
He said they were in really good shape, yeah.
Over 100 years old.
Right.
I mean, there's
But
a little bit of rebar that's exposed that we need to seal up and some things like that, but.
Yeah, during a storm, those guys, it takes a lot of people to clear a bridge because you got the fire department, safety. It's a
Talking about
it's
the
a
log
mess.
jams.
Log jams, right?
Yeah.
Always fun watching those go by my house.
And it was very interesting watching them go by mine later on and creating islands. And now, when I stop at the estuary, I see a lot of it there.
Yeah.
But all I could think of, some of them I saw coming down, what are they gonna do when they get to 12th? How are we gonna make sure they don't hit something?
Right.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
kind of
those
thing.
guys follow them all the way through. Back in Idaho, it was ice, huge chunks of ice
Oh, I
coming down,
bet.
plugging up underneath the bridges and stuff. So.
Yeah, I mean,
But you can break it and it would go underneath the bridge, no big deal, it's gone.
I mean, I'm new to the city and working for the city, and I'll be honest, I did not realize how much our public works department really did.
Absolutely.
For the city, and also doing what I did prior to coming here. I cannot believe they accomplished what they do accomplish with what they have.
Yeah.
I will say that.
We got some really talented people.
We do.
work
There is a very talented group there, and I know it's not the time to pitch for it, but I would like to see some additional people brought on just to be able to handle that, because it is a big workload, just to be able to keep up with the demands of the city and just the maintenance of it all. So.
Yeah, I didn't show Ed everything when I took him on the tour. I didn't want to scare him off before he signed. So
Yeah, the first
now you
week I
can
was
show
like,
him.
wow.
Where did you move from?
So I went, job-wise, I was working for Coastal Restoration
Oh,
out of
okay.
Gerhart. I was with that company for about 9 years.
Okay.
So, done a lot with that. If you have any insurance questions, on a different note, I can help you out with those. But yeah, I've been doing that for a long time. But before that, I was, I worked in the construction industry for a long time. I sold building materials also for a total of about 17 years. And then in the middle of that, I tried to become a golf pro for a couple of years, but that didn't work. So I went back to the building industry. So I've got quite a bit of background in that.
Great.
Again, just coming here and seeing what happens in the city, it just blows my mind. I just cannot believe that all the things that we do, and the team that it takes to accomplish all that. It's actually pretty amazing.
And it's kind of invisible to our residents.
Exactly.
They don't have the opportunity to appreciate.
They say nothing until they.
The uniforms and the badges.
They say nothing until they open the sink and there's no water, and
Right.
they flush the toilet, it doesn't
Exactly,
go away.
exactly.
And it's our fault,
Of course.
or his fault, not mine.
Thanks,
Well,
guys.
thanks, guys.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Go back to work, yeah.
We've got police ready. Do we want another little break or?
Could I ask one question that sort of dogtails on that? You guys don't have to wait for this. We're seeing how much the homeless issue costs, especially this department. And does the state ever address any specific help for the cost to no way to get
No.
relief because of that? Do
No,
we
the only-
try to
the-
document?
The only thing, we try to document all the costs of the camp. What's really difficult to document is any indirect cost, We're not tracking specific staff hours. We have the porta potty costs, the cost to dump everything and those kinds of things. But there's so many little interactions between public works, between police, between Paul, that the indirect.
The reason I asked that is it would be an interesting number to come up with if each department would say, do you have a percentage you would say?
Yeah, we could probably
this is
figure out a good
costing you?
estimate of how many hours per week per department
I
or
think
something like
it'd
that.
be just an interesting stat to provide for the state, saying, "Hey, listen, we've documented this over this period of time, and
Yeah.
this is what the homeless camp costs us. Including the dumpsters and the services we have to provide, and removal of stuff, the garbage, the dumpsters, the additional staff. And I'm sure a lot of places are facing this, except for the ones that shove them off to the other cities and don't really have programs.
Tina acknowledged that there was a homeless problem, but didn't think that there was one here. If you remember back to that.
Oh, no kidding.
No, Tina Kodak.
Tina. Oh,
I heard
He
Tina
put
as
a
well.
certain amount of money aside and
Yes.
said this is
Yeah.
going to go to homelessness, but not to you guys.
Right? Yeah.
But I will say there have been funds coming available, and actually our county has done a fantastic job at getting those funds.
Yeah.
I think we've taken like 50% of the funds for rapid rehousing and things like that, and so they've done a good job. That's where their funds have been focused is on addressing the kind of shelter, warming shelters, navigation shelters, transitional housing issues and things like that, which is also needed, but not sufficient.
I think at some point, it'd be nice to just send the state a bill. And this is what.
What about
A bill for what?
Pardon me?
For the cost of the.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is there money for that too?
I don't know, because it's a private, Esperanza Village is private, and
Esperanza Village is being funded through CCA with funds from OCHS, the Oregon Commission on Housing Services. There's some HUD money in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why it seems to have stalled, but there's nothing in our court.
I'm interested in knowing why it's stalled.
It's a lot of red
I'm
tape.
hearing something about electrical.
No, not anymore.
Trying to get people to do the work.
No, the contractor who sold the pallets, they're coming down to do the work.
And they haven't yet?
It may be, while we don't have to do a building permit, Pacific Power requires an electrical permit to connect, and so
I knew
we
there
punted
was-
over to there. Maybe it's that, I'm speculating.
Well,
but I
I'm
don't know.
hearing electrical, so.
I guess they
and I
don't
don't know
want
where.
buildings to blow over in a storm that have live wires attached to them or something.
So an engineering issue is resolved?
No, well, sort of. The state amended their building codes to say transitional and emergency housing don't have to get a building permit. They
And
don't have
so,
to meet any safety
yeah.
things. So that resolved any issues for us, but that doesn't mean Pacific Power can't say, we're not connecting power to something that's not permitted. So our suggestion to them is build RV outlets and have Pacific Power hook those up, and then wire your buildings to just plug in. And that way Pacific Power is only on the hook to the RV hookup and not responsible for anything on the other side. We made them that suggestion and let them
But-
run with it.
And I know they're working on things,
Yeah.
so.
Is there an insurance issue with the waiting of those permits that we would be on the hook? if
No,
storm
not-
blew
not-
something over
No.
And people got hurt, then
No.
State issue.
But those pallets are rated for winds up to 112 miles an hour. And and their newer ones are rated for up to 155 miles an hour.
Good day.
Oh, thank you. There's stuff in that. So a lot, but thank you.
Mind if I take it?
No.
Oh, you wouldn't want it.
Am I on? Oh, I'm on. There's no green light.
Be professional.
Oh, my gosh.
How hostile do you think this crowd is?
Very hostile.
Just staying within policy, sir.
I'm not Public Works.
Well,
I guess that's my job.
I got changed. I might like it better. Maybe I will be Public Works.
oh, you don't want to.
I am the Public
You
Works
don't wanna be-
non-director.
You don't want to do that.
Maybe I should have listened to what he had to say. What's that? Yeah. Maybe I don't. I don't know about that at all. Anyway, hello, everybody. Thanks for having us. I've got Lieutenant Knight and Mitch Brown, my communications manager, with us in case there's some specific questions that they may be able to answer better than I could. But I've got 3 extra slides other than this homepage slide, so to speak, to bring up to you. And so the first one is in regards to homelessness, and the problems that we're seeing with this is, one, you can see it in that picture. It sounds like you might have had an earful already about this from the Public Works Director, who also is feeling the brunt of this. But this is a issue for us in the regards to the amount of time that we are spending with this population. Obviously, we worked on an ordinance to kind of get to where we are now, to where we've got them off of Mechanicum in the 10th area and in a certain area. But this is monopolizing the time of my community service officer. I don't have a good hard number for you, but if it's 20% or even higher of amount of time that this person is spending out there. Oftentimes, he's needing a second officer to go out there due to the nature of the people that we're dealing with, whether it turns into a criminal issue that he doesn't have the authority to enforce, or somebody who is behaviors are to a point where it's dangerous for him to be there without having a cover officer with him, which just obviously adds the amount of time we're up in there. And so I don't have a great solution. However, I am suggesting that we get some funding going for something, whether it be another liaison, some other community organization that deals with more of the day in and day out of the permitting program, the resources with them. We just aren't trained. We are not the social service workers that we have basically kind of fallen into. We don't have the ability to really help this population from a police point of view. And so that's really where I wanted to kind of talk about this particular topic. On kind of a last note on this topic is the frustration and the for my personnel, really. The officers, the CSO even, hopefully you're not seeing it too much from our staff, but the frustration levels for these people working with this community is just very much just bringing them down. And there's nothing that is happening at the federal, state levels that shows any kind of end to this for them. And again, it's just, to me, they're working out of class. They're working at a thankless population that just is not willing to work with any resources that we have to even offer to them, which is really referral type of information. And so anyway, I'll just leave that there.
I've
but
got a few things to add if you don't mind.
I wish you would.
So a couple of things, both community service officer Paul Knock and I have been scheming a little bit. Chief's been involved. We've kept him in the loop a little bit, but two things we're working on, and this isn't for a policy discussion at this time, but just two things. One, he and I met with Clatsop Community Action yesterday on two different ideas. One is something I've been thinking about, and that is seeing if they would be interested in being managing our camp. And so we've been working on kind of, for lack of a better word, a job description for what that would entail, and putting that together and giving it to them and say, hey, what would it cost us for you guys to take that on instead of us? So we will always have police officer responses to the camp. That's never going away. But the day-to-day camp management, check-in, check-outs, or permitting and stuff like that, have people that are better trained for that, and have our police officers focus on what they should do. I don't know what that cost will be, and I have no idea if we'll be able to afford it, but at least we want to find out what that is. And they were very interested and willing to look at that. One of the suggestions I made is I knew that they were going to be managing and staffing the Esperanza Village, and that's staffed, I believe, 24/7. So can we piggyback on the people that are already there to take an hour or two each day to go down to the camp and do some of those things? So it's not additional cost to them, but there is some funding that we can provide that's advantageous to their services. So that's one thing they're interested, so we'll continue to look at that. The other is, and we're very in the early stages, and I don't know if we'll ever be able to afford it, but I don't think anyone puts more thought into this than Officer Knock. And his latest idea would be that if we can get enough shelter beds, either at Helping Hands or if Clatsop Community Action finds a location, if they have enough beds, or between the two of them, that we actually fund those shelters for 3 months over the winter and actually completely close the camp for 3 months over the winter. So we get people in the worst months out and they have a warm space to go. A couple other things, it gives a bit of relief to the neighborhood. It gives us an opportunity to go in, clean and reset the camp. And I think maybe most importantly, it takes away the sense of entitlement and ownership that they have over their particular place. If it's meant to be temporary for them, it's not. In fact, there are many people at the camp who are offered places to live and turn it down because they're comfortable in our camp. They have a place, they have their stuff, meals come to them, to their door. They are have no motivation. Many of them have no motivation to change. They're turning down services. And so I don't think that's the business we want to be in, which is enabling that lifestyle. We want to be providing for those who have no other options. And so that's one thing we're considering. And so we've met with CCA. They're very interested in that, if they can get a location for next winter. And then we have a meeting tomorrow with Helping Hands to have the same discussion. So these are some of the things that we're trying to do to alleviate it. It's nothing's going away, but if we can fine tune of how it's managed and how it goes, we're hoping to have the right incentives in our city and have some relief to our officers, our public works employees, to the neighborhoods, and to some of the other workers and things like that. So.
One of the concerns that I've had is that there's also people who get permits to be there, and then they set up everything, they stay there for a little while, and then they go, I'm going to say, on vacation and leave all their stuff there and want everybody else to take care of it, and et cetera, et cetera. They don't move out, and they kind of move in and out at will.
We have one very difficult personality down there who had many citations, and if they get certain many, we can suspend them from the camp. And so got a citation, came into court, and when the judge said, okay, he said, I'm not guilty, so we'll have a court date. And the judge suggested date, says, no, I'm on vacation in California at that time. I don't have a good time until February. And it's kind of like, why are we holding a spot? Why is he in our camping program for someone that's, taking their California vacation over the winter and things like that? We also have some people who have gone to the Columbia Inn in Astoria, which is a great resource, but then don't stay long. They just prefer our camp better. And, they've got a backup plan. So
No rules.
At the Columbia Inn, almost
many
all of
fewer
the rooms there are 4 people to a room. And I'm sort of taking care of one lady who's in one of the rooms. And her hope is to be able to move into Esperanza Village. But just for you to know is that I have tracked down owners of 2 buildings and have talked with Viviana about the possibility of CCA leasing or buying one would be a lease, one would be a possible purchase for that kind of a situation. So, and the owners are interested in working on that.
She also mentioned to me that she may even have an investor that wants to invest in a property for
That'd be
CCA.
lovely.
So
That'd be
we're going to explore every option available.
Spencer, real quick, when you said make beds available for 3 months, right? Is that what you said during the winter months? They'd have to move out, the camp would not be available. If those same beds were available for 12 months, whether they chose to use them or not, could the camp shut down?
Would not have,
Yes.
yeah.
Now, we could shut down the camp because our only obligation is we have a spot for them. That being said, we know a certain amount are not going to go to the shelters because of the rules, because of their stuff, because of their drug addictions and things like that. So the problem is we don't want 90% of them just scattering into the woods and people's backyards and behind the businesses. So that is something that we have to consider as well, is there are some positives with the campsite and keeping them out of those places. But that's correct. Our obligation is to have a spot for them, and so we don't have to operate a camp if there were shelter beds available.
Well, that's a question I had as far as to the chief and whoever else wants to answer it. Do you see an improvement of having them in one location with the camp as opposed to the prior policy where they could just kind of camp wherever, you know, behind someone's house on the river? Is it better to have them at least in one location, even though it's
It is. I think one, they're just consolidated and we aren't chasing them around. We're getting less complaints out in the community. I'm getting community. I mean, I've had people come through town basically, whether it's, you know, family, friends or whoever, and like, oh, you don't seem to have too many of them running around like you used to. I'm like, well, we still have them. They're just in a consolidated area. And so, but with that brings other responses because they aren't getting along, and that brings out behavioral issues and it brings out disturbances. And so we're maybe responding to a few more calls there. You know, I mean, we haven't talked about it in this particular meeting yet. However, we all know, but in addition to that drug addiction or just antisocial behaviors is the mental health problem that we have out there. And oftentimes they're, you know, helping treat or self-treatment of their mental health issue with that drug addiction as well. And so, yes, for our opinion, my opinion, yeah, it's nice to have them in one central location. However, that again just brings on some other challenges for us.
I have a question. We have gone the route of making things easier and easier for them since we started putting the camp there. Is there anything to be said that if it was more difficult for them to be there, that we may have a certain amount of them that just move on and find some other city to be at that's more accommodating?
We've talked about that, and I don't know that that's necessarily going to happen. I think the problem is there is essentially zero accountability for, even if they don't leave or what have you, move out. If we use the program where they have a place to go for 3 months out of the year, but they can't get along, they don't want to be there, so we have our camp closed. Where are they going to go? Okay, they're going to go out into the woods at the end of Avenue E near the river where we've had problems or what have you. We get called out there. Okay, we're writing you a ticket. Okay, 72-hour notice. The state requires a 72-hour notice to abate anything. And so by the time we get them there and they move to another location, you know, this has been one of those, you know, $60,000 questions of, you know, if they've been abated from one location and they move to another, do we have to start the abatement process over again? The flip side of that is, you know, and we've ran into it at these camps where they leave for a period of time, but we're still permitted. You know, we're required to hold their stuff. You know, I mean, anything that's wet, anything that's mildewy, anything that's a hazard for us, we don't have to if there's no real value to it. But oftentimes there's still plenty of stuff there that somebody could argue that that's a value and has value to them.
We haven't challenged that side of it though yet.
Yeah. So anyway, I guess, yeah, the point is that I think we're going to still see them, you know, in the area. I don't think they're going to necessarily decide that it's just too difficult in Seaside. We're just going to move to another city. I think they're just going to move out into what we had prior to the 10th Avenue in Mechanicsum. They were just all over the town and camping wherever they wanted, and we'd get a call and go over there and push them along, and they'd either move or not move. But there's literally nothing that we can do to slap the wrist to put them in jail to remove them from this situation. They're going to put the middle finger up to us and not pay a fine, even if there's one attached to it and there's no
I just wonder if the amount of times they start getting all these is, you know, enough for them to be like, you know what, I just don't want to be bothered.
Right. No, I don't think we're going to see that.
And I think one of the issues, I'd always hoped that some of our neighboring communities would have similar policies so that we'd be sharing the burden, if you will, because I've always said if Cannon Beach is not going to have a campsite, then if I'm homeless, I'm going to set up my camp on some beachfront property and relax in Cannon Beach. And what I've come to discover, and maybe lots of people already knew, is they're not going to those places because they don't have the services. They want to be close to Safeway, where they can get cheap food, where they can recycle cans. They can't do that in Gearhart. They can't do that in Cannon Beach. I don't know why they can't do it up by Walmart, but that's another story.
Oh, I'm
But
sure they do.
They're up there too.
They seem to be concentrated.
Parking lot.
The nice thing for Warrenton Police Department in the city of is a lot of the areas that they're in camping just happens to be across the county line, and they're technically in your Warrenton area and close to that, but it's in the county, and the county essentially isn't choosing to do much about it. So,
But for the most part, they want to be in Astoria or Seaside where the services are.
So if I could get refreshed on this, when we started the program, they had to move out every day and could be there certain hours, and then we extended that to weekly. And then
forever.
Then from weekly, I think we made concession because of winter and the rain, like they didn't really have to move out.
Yeah, in fact, we made that decision, and then right after that, I can't remember if it was the courts came out and said, pretty much you have to do that. You can't make them move out in the middle of a storm or something like that. And then we went to a move out as determined by the city manager or his designee. But that's one of the things we've talked about with our new site is it is starting to, every week you get more and more stuff in there. And our hope was to keep it exactly clean. That's proving to be more, I was a little naive. But, we've talked about, okay, is it time to do a move out? So what does that do? Everyone, they're not leaving the area. They'll drag their stuff out onto Avenue S, camp on there on the side of the road for the day, and then drag it back in. And is that something that we want for the residents in that area and for the businesses? And so the other part with having more frequent move outs is the move outs are a significant resource draw for police and for our public works. And so if we went to daily, it'd be a significant cost in terms of our resources.
Yeah, no, so my question really revolved around what's working and where do you guys want to see it go? Is something going to change after the winter weather, or is it just going to stay like it is?
nothing's working. Nothing.
Yeah.
Put a fence around the whole thing.
And they've cut the fence from my understanding.
And
really?
how do you see
We have changed some of the new gates, and they've cut the chains on they have bolt cutters. And things.
If I could ask, how is it helpful to people that go in there and like take new clothing, and the people that go in and provide meals? Is that having a convenience?
I've talked with Alan Evans once
solving?
upon a time about just that. Is it beneficial for us just to come by and drop clothing off? And really, it's problematic because people are either dropping off stuff that they're not wanting, and it's similar to the recycling center that's really unrelated to the homeless issue, but people see the recycling center and so, oh, I've got an old mattress. Well, they don't take old mattresses there, but instead of me having to go to the dump and pay for it, I'll just dump it here and they're going to take care of it type of stuff. Oh, and there's now homeless over here who are probably going to want this mattress, so I'm just going to leave it here. So if I bring a box of clothing in that is not of size or of whatever they want, but by talking to Alan Evans, he's like, submit it up to their main office or whatever, and they'll basically tell you what they do or they don't want type of thing. So just showing up with whatever is really not probably the best practice. It's go to these organizations who are dealing with them, and they're going to know what they're in need of, so to speak. So, if you got stuff you need to get rid of, go to Goodwill or go to
I wouldn't go to Goodwill. The
Yeah,
place
I'm
that I
just
have
throwing
found to be the best is to take the clothing to Sunday supper around 3 o'clock on a Sunday. Because not only do they serve meals, but they've got a rack of clothes that people come in, and they have shoes and underwear and clothing, and I've taken quite a bit of clothes up there, and that way there's choice and there's less hoarding. If you take something and you just dump it at the camp, there's a big hoarding mentality. Even if I don't need it, even if it doesn't quite fit me, I'm going to take it. And that's one reason why they overrun their boundaries of their square footage that they're supposed to stay in.
So do we change our visitors policy to now no visitors, period?
We've kind of been moving in that direction now anyway.
we
And
have.
so I know that Paul's
Yeah,
reached
but we
out to me.
allowed services and certain organizations.
And that's
I think
that's
you
the
have to have
conversation I've had with Paul is, look, you know what, does he need to come to me for everyone? I mean, Paul and I have had a lot of conversations, and we're pretty much on the same wavelength here. He's morphed into probably more of my way of thinking over the last few years because of that frustration. He's getting a lesson learned that, you know, oh, well, everything's not just, you know, sunshine and flowers out here. And so you're dealing with a population that's a problem. And so anyway, yeah, I don't know.
Chief, I heard, it's sitting in my head when you said the frustration levels. I mean, if nothing's working, but the frustration levels are growing, it sounds like, from the way you explained it, the camp's not any worse. Is it the number of, the population's not growing that big, right?
Well, I
what,
think-
what makes it more frustrating?
Well, it's common in this line of work, and probably any line of work, any profession, where you just don't see any kind of improvement because of either lack of or changing of regulations. I can sit there and talk about Measure 110 and the drug laws over the years that has a direct effect on this as well. But anytime you have very limited, here's basically what the upper courts have ruled in regard to homelessness and camping and, you know, time, manner, place of being able to be somewhere, but then there's no guidance in regards from it trickling down. So every municipality in every local area is trying to figure something out. And then they come to me for even that more direction, and I've got what I've got, and it isn't good. And so banging your head basically on, again, kind of the drug laws of what's the point in even going out and writing this ticket for $100, or you call an assessment line for a drug thing, because they're not going to do it. The stats are telling us that they're not going to do it. There's no accountability for this. If they don't do anything, nobody's ever going to come knock on their door. They're never going to have a warrant. They're not going to get their suspended license suspended again. There's no accountability forever for anyone on this. And the homeless situation is just another factor of these officers who are getting called repeatedly, dealing with the same people over and over and over again. And there are no tools for them to be able to do anything. And so when I talk about we're not a social service agency, we really are. And we get that going into law enforcement. You're the first responder. It makes sense that we're going to be going to these kinds of things, but there's no way to force anything. There's no way to talk them into anything. There's no way to really have them take that recommendation to take the next step in anything. And so that's where I think a lot of the frustration, on top of, you know, probably 5 or 6 other core areas where, you know, the officers are just getting frustrated. And so, you know, we aren't seeing a turnover from it right now, but when, you know, the conversations around the police department, around the round table and briefings and stuff, and you just like briefing on what just happened the last shift or whatever, and everybody's just like, I won't use the words here, but, you know, you can probably imagine that, you know, there's a lot of eye rolling and a few like, the hell are we doing here, you know? And so that's where that frustration is because we don't have any tools, we don't have any laws, we don't have any regulations that are going to put us in a position to make anything better for the livability of the community, which is really kind of that core thing. And then that kind of fights probably to a certain degree, I know it does for me, that, you know, one of the core principles and oaths that we take is to make sure that people in these vulnerable positions, such as this population, are taken care of. And yet it's like, I just want to throw you in jail, but I'd really like you to get that help. And so, you know, that's really where the frustration is. But, you know, I'll just leave it at that. That's
yeah. I think
Our
we,
solutions is-
I
is there
think we
anything you would
need
recommend
to
to
be
us?
moving on.
Before
from
we
this
finish with the
subject.
homeless camp, is there anything you'd recommend to us, the council and the
Well,
budget committee?
Yeah, and that's hopefully what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, and that's
Yeah,
kind of
that
where
will
we
be in
started
the
in that
budget.
initial thing
Yeah.
is just, again, it's unfortunately, but it's going to take some money. It's going to take some help from, really even the local level of, councils and all that kind of stuff. But my recommendation, my suggestion, I haven't put in for per se a budget item for somebody to be hired to do this, but that is my recommendation with the added on that it's not a police department position. I can't take it on. This is not for us to be dealing with. There's a certain amount of separation that needs to be that hand holding Paul Knock. God love him, and the community support type of person. But we also have our position that, trying to be officer friendly, but then also trying to come in and enforce the law when they're breaking it and their behaviors, is that it really sends this really weird mixed signal that, law enforcement is our job. That position that needs to be a camp host or whatever this position is going to be, social service position, needs to be through a social service organization and provider and not the police department. So my recommendation, my suggestion is some kind of funding to get to where, whether CCA takes it over or whatever. We still will have that piece with Paul and being our liaison there, and that may still include some after hours kind of, hey, we can issue you a permit, come to the police department, and any dispatcher or somebody at the counter can say, okay, yeah, here's your permit, you've met this stuff, and somebody will be following up with you in the next day or two and go that route, versus us just basically staying out there all the time and responding 3 or 4 times a day just to deal and check on stuff, and then being called out because of the behavior issues. We spend a lot of time out there. So
The irony of all this is that Seaside is regarded generally as having one of the most successful programs in the state.
And that's good. I mean, that's something I think we should be proud of. I mean, and you guys should be too, in regards to, and you guys are seeing the numbers. I mean, it's not coming free, so it's other agencies or other areas are just not willing to spend the money on it or what have you. So
and the most successful problem still, or solution, or whatever you want, program, still has lots of problems.
Absolutely.
So, it's not a end all to everything. So, but
let's move on.
Yeah.
How about that?
That was just the first slide.
These ones will not take as long, I promise.
Okay.
Start with the biggest bite first.
There it is.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have finished.
Well, or the area that's the most concerning to you guys. We completely understand.
So, as far as one of the challenges that we're having in regards to, that's going to kind of come in directly with some budget stuff here, is our records management system and computer-aided dispatch technology for us. So these pictures you're seeing are our dispatch center. I like the fact that Mitch used some here recently, because we are under that construction. Since this picture's been taken, our tiles in the ceiling are up. It looks really nice. They're more modern, temporary. The light fixtures have been changed. But anyway, that is getting tile, is it carpeted? Yeah, a little tile carpet. So flooring's been going in this week. The chief's office, lieutenant's office, Mitch's office, the kitchen area, the hallway, and the admin area there. Dispatch.
Getting a little too plush.
All right.
I told them a nice shag carpet would be lovely in there. Move from the 80s back into an 80s type of look. But anyway, so a couple pictures there just showing. But those computers that you're seeing. So our records management system is, it's about 12 years old. The system itself, I think Astoria, if I'm correct, has been on it for probably 20 years. There's some limitations and some frustrations. There's been a county-wide push. This is a system everybody in the county's on when I'm talking about law enforcement. All of us are on it. All of us are talking about it's time to upgrade. We're going to be able to do a little bit more. I'll have Mitch just touch briefly on some of those points of it. But this is a big push by everybody. There has been a lot of work by some groups within the community here to be looking at different companies, what's available, what's out there, what are they offering, what can they do. They've pretty much already zeroed in on the system that they're wanting. They've done presentations. They've gone to other locations around the state where dispatch centers or agencies are working on these. And so this is going to be a system that should be working with us. And again, Same thing with the computer-aided dispatch. That's basically working, you see multiple monitors up there. One is our records management system. One is this computer-aided dispatch that gets the dispatchers able to type in things, run wants, vehicles, and enter data into that RMS, so to speak. So, again, it's technology. The stuff's old. It's cumbersome. There is a lot more that can be pulled out here. If Mitch, you want to take it just for a second to kind of talk a little bit about auditing and all that kind of stuff, maybe?
Yeah, so right now, currently, the way that supervisors have to keep track of cases for their line staff is to have it written down on a board on their wall or in a notebook next to them. The next phase, if we get the new records management system and the computer-aided dispatch, they'll actually have automated systems within that that'll give them notifications when someone completes a case. They'll be able to get emails from the system that says someone completed this case, or you can set timelines for someone to get things done. And if they don't get it done in that timeline, they would get an email, supervisor would, so they can go back to the line level employee and say, you need to resolve this and fix this. It will streamline the ONIBR's reporting process, the stop reporting data we report to the state for traffic stats every year. It'll streamline that. As far as me looking up stats for our end of the year report for you guys, it'll save me a ton of time. Generally, that whole report takes me about 2 to 3 weeks to put together, and I'll be able to get about a week to be able to start putting that together now. So an immense amount of time goes into me creating that report, going over it with the chief, reviewing it, making sure all the points are good on it. Like I said, auditing, just the time management, the resources that we put into keeping track of all the different cases, evidence, all the different facets that we have, records for public records requests and things like that, is all combined into one system. Currently, there are multiple different systems, and we'll be able to put it all in one place at one time and be able to work from one system to complete.
The crime reporting, over the last several years, you've heard me talking about OUCR versus ONIBRs and all that kind of stuff. And so this system for them to be able to, what's happened in the past is officers write the reports. Oftentimes the person, a night shift, whoever's doing it, has to go in and actually kind of read that report to make sure that we've got the correct elements and the correct crime going in, the correct victim information, the correct whatever. This system, from my understanding, basically prompts the officer as they're doing their data entry that if you've missed, this is a missing the actual crime element of a criminal trespass or what have you. It forces, they can't get out of it until they do that. So it basically prompts them and doesn't let you get out. So those are those kinds of things that from a NIBRS and from a crime reporting system looks like it's already going to be there, and the processing is going to be shortened. It's going to, obviously, like anything, is going to be, especially for Dave Ham, a learning curve in the system and working with the computers and all that kind of stuff. But again, I don't mind the whiteboard thing. That's cool.
One benefit to patrol on our side is being countywide, we all have access to each other's information, and we all know that people that we contact, Astoria contacts, Warrenton contacts, we'll be able to see those. I've used it when I was in major crimes, running a license plate, trying to figure out who, I got a vehicle that I got reported with this license plate. Because someone else contacted, I was able to identify the driver and solve a case. So being countywide, which is so important, because when I first started, it was only our information. Being able to access everybody's information that they contact is so beneficial. That's why it's nice to see the county-wide going on this, because then we have access to each other's stuff.
So when the numbers come to you and whatnot, I will kind of give you the out, I guess, when it comes to this, is that we don't have to switch over to the system. Everybody, I think, is going to do it. You could stay on individually here, but it's going to be a real problem, especially having one of the two dispatch centers in here. If Astoria was to switch over and we didn't, we wouldn't. I know that some of the smaller agencies may very well be having even more difficulty than what we might be looking at budgetarily, but it's going to be a problem. But if an agency decided that they weren't going to move into this and everybody else did, they would still be able to work off the old system if they continue to pay for those services.
But from the cost perspective, if we all do this as a countywide group, is there not some economy of scale and might be less expensive than?
Yeah. And some early numbers that we were getting together for this request is probably changed for the worse, to be honest with you. I think there was still some, we need to get going because we have some timelines from our end and all that. But there may be some changes to whatever. I don't even know what you have, if anything, yet. But yeah, there's always going to be that. I think if this one agency was going to sit there and say, hey, we want this, bring it in. But when you've got multiple agencies, I'm sure there's some cost savings there, and what those are off the top of my head, I will not be able to tell you. But yeah, I think we're going to be seeing that. So before we go into any more questions, if you do have some, I want to go to that next slide, if you would, Spencer, because it's not really the same, but it really is kind of hand in hand. The radios are into life in dispatch. So the computers that they work off of to get the data entry in, then there's the equipment and the hard stuff for us to actually talk on the radio to the fire, police agencies and what have you. These are end of life and are no longer supported. So these radios are a minimum of, what are we talking? How old are these radios? I'm sorry.
They are from about 2009.
So we're talking technology that is important, obviously imperative. And if you think about the consolidation talk over the years, the Astoria issues with the North County agencies, to where we hosted them for 6 months down here, and you're talking about, one of the major pieces of equipment that we use every single day over and over and over again. We are in need of new radio consoles. So this request that will be coming in is to replace the actual hardware for the radios and essentially the whole console that you see them sitting at there with the desks they can stand up and rise up and all that kind of stuff. But that's where that's coming in. So although they're not, totally intertwined and would be two separate requests, so to speak, the dispatch center is needing some TLC and a couple of dollars to improve. So if you have any questions on any of that, I'm happy to tell Mitch to answer it.
Makes sense.
Think that's okay?
Pardon me? You're gonna get one of those old rakes my mom made me do after she'd vacuum, or we'd vacuum and have to rake it out.
Just to wrap up.
That's pretty much what I have for you today. I know that there's some other stuff that's going in for budget stuff, but as far as kind of our big challenges right now, that seems to be what we're looking at least for this next fiscal year. We could probably talk for hours about anything and everything down the road, but those are some of the big ticket items that we're going to be looking at this year. So.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Just
service,
to let you know,
Star
I'll
City.
be leaving a Spencer those copies. Just kind of bullet points of what we talked about. Yeah.
Thank you for not distributing ahead of time.
Pardon me?
Thank you for not distributing ahead of time.
Well,
no insubordination.
They're all going to be sent out to us later.
Whether he gives them to you,
He will.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got Convention Center and then a quick wrap up from Zach and I. I'll leave it to you, Mayor, if we want to jump into it or take a quick break.
You guys need a break? How far behind are we?
We are ahead.
Oh, we're still ahead. Okay. 5 minutes.
This one is supposed to start at 1:20, so we're 10 minutes ahead.
Okay. Well, let's start 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if we can keep going and get done early. Yeah.
It's sitting here rolled up. I got a Charlie horse. That's why I got up. Sorry. Oy.
That's what my aneurysm felt like.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
Like a Charlie horse, you couldn't straighten your leg out with.
God.
Oh.
Is that when they rushed you to the hospital? Big time. Yeah. So what did you knock you on the surgery?
Surgery.
Oh, there wasn't surgery?
No.
I'm just thinking.
After 6 to 8 weeks, I had
unused rooms in the convention center that we could
That
probably
incident
house
happened
homeless
6
people.
Yeah, right.
So, but they were able to get you back to.
I think
I was thinking you're
tighten it up and everything.
electronically later.
I can't tell
Portable
that I've
beds
got a
up there,
problem.
you say?
I feel like normal.
You've got,
After they put
you got
the stents
linens
in,
and
it's wonderful.
pillows and the whole bit. You're set.
Great, we
Go
can
through
get him
that crap.
separation.
He's with
We don't
the
know how
state
involved it is.
convention that led.
78 this year, And I think, I don't feel.
You miss
accepted.
living
I don't
close to
know.
the prom?
I hope I
You're
can stay
available
like
to
I
do
am.
Yeah, there's a whole, cause I live different
That's hard to
areas
believe.
of Seaside.
15.
You know,
He's
and,
old. You should be in
I
the
always
home.
notice,
Also,
Hey.
like,
All those
you
other
know,
people should anyway.
Yeah,
neighborhood
okay.
areas,
Walkers, I know what it is.
how wherever you're living.
But I take care of myself, and if there's something
Is the
weird,
Sort of.
I see the doctor. No, I do contract, but it feels
His phone number.
really strange. I go in his.
Completely. Completely,
yeah.
You're up.
And you're always point these type of things,
I'm just,
and it's easier on you guys too.
Oh, I know you're
Might
for it.
know that.
No, so just have them email you the best right at City of Seaside.
Backyard is connected.
That, because that way, it's on their responsibility to get all the information in there,
Okay.
and you don't have to say, spell out.
Where do you live, Tom?
Yeah, and
Live
mistakes get.
26th Avenue and Oregon Street.
Okay, now I know.
Oh, yeah, over by the Seaside pet clinic over
Yeah,
there. Yeah,
north of the fitness center.
yeah, right.
Absolutely,
In
absolutely.
the neighborhood where immigrants and widows live.
So what do you think about the snowing ideas with vertical buildings and all that? Because you realistically, I know you used to.
Let me tell you, like,
Really
just
built
having
for-
the restaurant where it was. And we're
Practical
back to the
question.
parking lot,
It is.
and
You
it's
don't know
exactly
when,
what you
but
said.
keep saying we're
And
due,
I
and
remember
then
when we
God,
came
keep
still.
talking about bridges, we've
Before
got
the-
money,
Well,
and this,
they-
and the building.
Candy, George
They,
Seaside,
um,
and the
They
thing on
made
mine
some
was the beach,
strategic decisions about how long it would take for people to square themselves away so they could evacuate.
Even when I was
After they
in
got out of their
January.
houses.
Oh, absolutely.
Taking up
It's just
the
crazy.
equation.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
something.
you said
before
10 minutes.
this time.
No.
I was like, you know,
More
Ken
than
did-
half
comes
the
up,
actually, I did.
graduation
I was the
is
first
actually
one.
wasted
Jeff
by
comes up
people
every
milling
once in a
about.
And I did.
What do we do now?
I did.
We should be training everybody.
I took
One
the
of them
tallest,
was-
best chair.
to Seaside and
Do not
stayed
be
in
right
the
now.
house.
Oh, we started the meeting.
And we had a
Be
couple
on the
other
move
families.
and know where you're
We
going
went
in
out on
advance.
New Year's
And,
morning, and
There's
you know,
Oh.
some of them, not me, went out in the ocean,
Yeah,
got
instead-
soaking wet.
They say it's gonna take too
It's
long
not
to
warm
travel
during the summer.
to safety.
I already deleted
So you
pictures
have to go
on,
vertically.
the 20.
And there are other things that would argue why it would or wouldn't be vertical.
Gotcha.
And the question is, how does that all weigh against all the other
And I
options?
said,
And the only way to find that out is to have really
there's somebody jumping.
focused work
Holy
sessions
quote.
where the public's involved and
Sure enough.
leaders, a blue chip committee is
daughters
involved.
were in bikinis.
Figure out
The
what
son
we can
does
and
not go out
can't
there
do,
because his
what we
little-
shouldn't do.
But
Yeah.
they
And
all
I'm still
jumped
kind of
into the
I
water
have a
repeatedly and walked
towards
back to the
horizontal
grand west.
evacuation, because I happen to think that
In bikini,
they,
two of them, in bikinis.
they are
They're nuts.
Again,
They do
How
that.
much bigger
Time of
one
the
do you want
wave.
in school? This is all theoretical.
From the onset of shaking to the arrival of the wave up the beach, and it's little at first, and then it grows larger through time. By making it 15 minutes, and then having 10 minutes of time wasted by milling about, gives you only 5 minutes, nobody can evacuate in 5 minutes. So that's why that justifies going vertical. If you think you can get your community trained
It's
to
been proposed,
evacuate
there's, but I don't know the politics
not
here.
using
It's
15 minutes,
being
but maybe 20
drafted
minutes,
by
because
Republicans.
depends
Does that
on where
mean-
you are
here's
along
Utah,
the
it was
coast, how
drafted
far
by
it is
Democrats
from
to meet that arrival,
the total
even if it's a good
projections
idea.
of-
Glad you did.
Does the same thing happen
Well,
here, or?
basically, the face of the continental slope.
I'm assuming that they will try whatever
again.
to get it to the
Make
vote.
arguments.
But I don't think they have to. If
They
they
don't
want to
have
just
to,
fix
right,
it.
This is a
right.
So,
worst
the other
kind
thing
of
is I'm waiting to
scenario.
see
Can
the
we
Supreme
make
Court's taking up
it look like it can't
Grant's
possibly
Pass
succeed?
case. And
So the default system.
who knows?
Really?
Sorry, I think,
They
Created in season.
paired them all.
I think, I had one just like that the other day. I think I must have dropped the six pack or whatever it
Have
is.
a state letter.
Shake it really good first.
Because they've asked me to make opening remarks.
What's horizontal?
Go across
Hey,
the
Brian.
bridge and run across the countryside.
Okay.
Get to the hill before the wave.
Got that. thing, and that's what you emphasized a lot over the years, is having horizontal.
Yeah, I didn't comment or.
No, you didn't.
They had offered to talk over with me.
Right.
But
Laura said just, yeah.
I was busy. I was busy. I couldn't, and the snow and ice got in the way.
Oh, sure.
So,
Well, that, obviously,
but,
we're only giving permission to the
I
city.
think what we might need to do is have vertical evacuation structures and.
I guess my only other thing is
Bridges.
is Thanksgiving is tough to make sure.
I'll tell you next time.
Well, there's my house, and I'm in the, but the bad thing is, when it rains, I'll be okay, but yeah, it's gone.
The one question.
That's right. Yeah, we just, all we can do is.
How high do you think? 50 feet?
The water would be 25 feet deep at this position, at the city hall. Measuring 0 right under the shoe, up 25 feet.
Here, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not ready to.
Depends on where you are in town.
Yeah.
The buildings are in the way. There are some factors.
All right, everybody sit down, please.
That the state is.
Let's give our attention to our convention center
long enough.
director.
Geological implications.
Showtime with.
Find the slides for.
Oh, that's my job.
Yeah, come on, tech guy.
Here, Spencer.
Not a police officer, what the hell?
Yes, but not until it's open.
Second one, SCCC.
Seaside Convention Center. Civic and Convention Center.
Test.
Hey,
Well, hi.
hi.
Hi. Haven't
Nice
seen
to
you
see
in a long
y'all.
time.
Yeah. Seems to be one of my favorite seats. This is really weird. I'm sorry. The angle of this table has got me thrown off. So just so you know, I didn't come armed, and I didn't bring any leverage with me. So I don't know why that last guy needed extra leverage, but he did. What's that? Where's the Rubik's Cube? Exactly.
You didn't bring any tchotchkes?
I didn't today. No. That is my favorite little tool that our clients utilize. And for those who aren't sure what I'm talking about, I brought a little. It looked like a little cube, and it's actually a microphone. It's called a catch mic. And it is designed to encourage fun and just it gets people talking. So it's truly meant to throw it to the next person that's gonna speak, and it's an actual microphone. We have had to implement that if they're going to use that, there are no glasses on the table, no waters, no whatever, because not everybody's a great throw like myself. All right, so I'm Brian Owen, Seaside Civic and Convention Center General Manager, and I'm here to talk about 24-25. I'm really excited about it. I've been in my role for a little over a year now, and really liking the direction. The team is fantastic. But first off, let's talk about the commission members. We have a commission of 7. This year, Eric Martins is our chair, and Dana Phillips, I don't know if you guys ever met Dana, but she is our vice chair. And this is a advisory board, and they're on the board on the commission for 4 years for each term, and of course there's seven members. As we look at staffing within our building, obviously we have myself, but we've got a couple of different branches. Our sales director is Tina. Tina's been with us now for about 7 years. She's been doing the sales for about 3 and is just really flourishing within her role. Our operations supervisor is Andy. Andy's been with us for 15 plus years and has a team of 6. One of those is a part-time that I would truly rather classify as a on-call. He really doesn't get anywhere near 20 hours a week, except for maybe 2 or 3 times a year. And then the 5 operations crew handle everything from our general cleaning, so cleaning up bathrooms, taking out trash, to maintenance, to setting up audio video, to putting in pipe and drape, moving tables, and so on. Our event coordinator, which really needs to probably be renamed to something like Central Hub, because everything comes through Celeste. There isn't a event that she doesn't have her hands on and has the details of every single thing, from whether it be food and beverage, how many tables, where the tables, how many pipe and drape. I don't know how she keeps it straight, but she does. Office is managed by Jennifer Bymont, and our office assistant is Jennifer Travis, and their main task is keeping control of me. So when you do see them, please thank them for what they do. So that equals 11 employees and 1 part-time person on call. We were built in 1970, early 1970s. As you probably know, the expansion ended in 2019, and then COVID hit us, and that's a big point here that I want people to recognize. But we are now 24,000 square feet of meeting space, and an overall of 33,000 square feet of space. 16 rooms. We can flex that to any type of capacity, and we do have extremely leading edge technology within our building, from our internet to our video options to our audio options. And one of the main key selling points for us is that we have over 400 hotel rooms within one block, and I believe it goes up to almost 700 within two blocks. And then, of course, a full dining experience with our catering. So we start to look at how we affect our community. The impact, we have a calculator built, and so we start to look at what's happened over the last couple of years. We really can't look at just single years. We really have to start to look at trends. And the trend that I'm showing here is 2019. Let's call that our baseline, our norm. And obviously 20, 21, 22. We started growing. 22, we were doing really well for our industry. We were able to bring back events much sooner than other venues like us, mainly because we were able to retain our staff. Through 20 and 21, our staff was divided up amongst the city to work at different departments. So when we were able to reopen our doors, we were able to bring back our qualified, educated staff and not skip a beat. We didn't have any additional training. We didn't have any labor issues at all. 2023, you can see that we ended at $24 million, or almost $25 million, and that's pretty much our anything above 25 from what I'm seeing is really where we need to be. 2019 is being updated now, so next year you'll see a little bit of a jump because we are using pre-COVID numbers on that. Yeah. When we're talking about future business, we're unique. Most event venues do not contract out more than 3 years. We actually contract out up to 10 years if you fit a certain criteria. You're bringing more than 300 people for overnight stay, and then 250 is the next level, and 200 is the next level, and so on. So you can see that clear out to 2032, we have contracted right now 46 events. This year, I'm sorry, that's days. 15, sorry, pending contracts, contracted days. Oh, yeah, 46 days already set. This year, in 2024, we've got 252 days contracted. That's the best we've been in over 10 years. And I want to give this a little bit of a star because over the last couple of years, we have, let's say year and a half, we have looked at our book of business. And there were a couple of events that took up or counted for a lot of days, but really didn't bring in business. We had a retail show that sold a single item that was here for a month. It really didn't bring revenue dollars in. We've been able to replace that same time period with a event that actually is bringing in catering, bringing in people from outside the area, and truly is now an economic factor for our building. So losing a couple of events actually has really gained us a much better mix of business, and a business that I think that we're very, very proud of. Let's see here. So a couple of priorities for me. As I've gone through my learning experience and just really looking around the building, looking around our staff, these are the things that I'm always looking at. What kind of environment? Are we safe? Are we managing the crowds level? Are we able to notify our crowd of where to go, how to go if there is a event, whether that be anything from an active shooter all the way down to just a simple medical issue. We are the largest gathering location, probably other than the school, in our city. Then I also want to make sure that our customer experience is top notch, that the bathrooms are clean, that the temperature of the building is good, that food and beverage, even though it's not our business, it is part of the experience. And then our staff. I always want to make sure that our staff are informed, educated, and professional. I will have to say that I've got a couple people on the staff that surprise me on a daily basis. They do such a fantastic job. If you have not met John Stockenberg, he has been with us for 26 years. If there's anybody that knows what happens, how it should happen, and why it happens in that building, John is definitely my go-to person. And then one of my personal is to manage the upkeep of the structure. Yes, we had a remodel done just a couple of years ago, but if we don't make sure that that's one of our top priorities, to make sure that that building is clean, is maintained, is always in good working condition, then that's really dishonoring the investment that we've made. So with that, how do we address these? The safe environment, it's time for us to replace some worn tables. We've got, that's the key ingredient to any kind of meeting, whether it be round, rectangle. We need to make sure that those are available and safe. We're also going to, within the tables, look at purchasing a few carts to move the tables around. The round tables right now typically are moved throughout the building by putting them on edge and rolling them. That's tough on a table. Oh, and by the way, our tables are rated for a weight of 2,000 pounds. I'm sorry, but I find that, like, why would you even build a table for that? But they do. So we do certain events, I guess. Yeah, I will guarantee you, not in our building, but it is. They're a fantastic product. We also are looking to update our security. We have 31 cameras. We have about 5 of those cameras that are not working now. The system that was put in there not sure the choices why it was made, but they were not put in the right locations, did not use the right type of camera at certain areas. We also don't have access to the footage other than through my computer or one other. So giving us better access, especially for the first responders and so on. Customer experience. One of our number one asked for items is some type of a mother's room, a lactation room. Right now, we do create some spaces depending upon the event of where somebody can go and either feed a child or express milk. We have identified a good location to put one or two of these pods. And they really are a clean, private location for a mom to be able to go in and do what she needs to do and feed her child. And then professionally, we're investing a bit in our training. We're trying to expose our crew that's next level leadership to more experiences sooner, so that right now they're making better choices, and in the future they'll make even better choices. And then the upkeep of the building. We had a failure within the kitchen where we had to quickly buy 2 ovens. And I don't know if you've ever bought 2 commercial ovens, but one, they're hard to get. 2, they're expensive. So we have 2 others that are on the last leg, and those we would like to replace. One question I do have with Oregon Fine Foods is potentially, I took a tour of Salem Convention Center, and they had a couple of newer oven type systems, and I don't know if it would work for us, but they were really cool, high-tech items that were more of a steam and an oven combination. And other than that, I just know that the chef was really excited to have them because it cut down his cooking time. So with that, do you have any questions?
We've heard last year, and I don't know about the year before that, but there's always the issues with capital improvements as far as HVAC. What's the status of that?
You bet. So we've got a engineer that's working on a plan now to integrate not only the new section of the building and the controls for those HVAC units, but with our older section, replacing the 3 oldest HVAC units, which are a Band-Aid at best, and then have one central control system for them all. So I had hoped to have something completed by now, but unfortunately it's just taken a little bit longer. We are looking at potentially putting in some ductwork in the lobby area. One of the construction challenges was the return air ductwork in the front lobby was removed from the building and not put back in by design. I don't know why. But one of our biggest challenges is as you open the front doors, and our doors swing a lot, that air rushes in, whether it be hot or cold. And the first thing it does is push the air back into the building. And if it's heated, it's going to go up. So the mezzanine level gets a lot of the heat. The lobby level does not. Even if you don't have the door swinging frequently, if we're heating that area, it doesn't reach the ground level. It circulates right back up into the mezzanine level. So we're looking at bringing a couple of return air vents so to help that air flow. And if you just think of it as just a little circle, or oblong circle, we're just moving that air, and the air's there. We just now need to get it down to where the people are. So those are the things that we're looking at now.
How has the relationship been since you've been there with Oregon Fine Foods? And do you feel like we have a good agreement in place there, or do you think that's something we need to look at?
I would like to look at the agreement a little bit further in depth. I have some questions with it. A very good working relationship with Oregon Fine Foods, their ownership and their management. I will say we don't always see eye to eye, but I like the way that we work through our questions and respect each other. The current agreement is vague, and I'd like it a little more detailed.
Do we know when that comes up again? Off the
I
top of your-
believe it's 2 years, but I would have to double check on that.
And then I think at the commission meeting, you mentioned that the problem we were having with the access not working properly, that's been resolved.
Correct. Yeah. So on the west side doors, which is the newest set of doors, which gets the most amount of weather, when those doors were put in, the metal mechanism in the top of the door rusted out. And it took the manufacturer some time to construct something that hopefully will live a little longer. It's not going to be a perfect situation. We had looked at putting in sliding doors, like you would at Safeway and so on, and I was not in favor of that.
Yeah.
And so we went a little bit further. It took us a little bit longer, but working with the manufacturer, getting a good marine grade lubricant up in there. And now we have a company called Quality Door, who is out of Hillsboro. Martin is our tech, and our doors have never swung better. This gentleman is a savant with doors. It's amazing.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
One thing that I appreciate you've really taken on is informing us as a council of what is going on at the convention center. I'm assuming anyway that you all get every report from a customer. You get an email? Don't? Okay.
Surveys wise, you mean?
Surveys, yeah.
We can
It's
easily
very
add
easy to see
everybody
what's going
on that.
If you want to get added to it, let
Yeah.
Brian know. I get invited to every commission meeting. I haven't made them, but I've tried. And there you get the agenda and know what's going on. So, I appreciate Councilor Morrissey for being part of that. And again, you guys are all bringing it back to the council, but it's great.
I do want
See what's
to
happening.
invite all the council members, and I guess can't really say it that way, but tomorrow at SDDA, I will be speaking about the proposed fee adjustment, and then also next Wednesday at the Chamber of Commerce. So if any of you want to attend, that would be fantastic. If you have any questions, please just shoot me an email. If you have any points that you would like me to point out to the community, if you would add those too.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
I
Great.
think
Brian.
Thank you.
wraps it up.
Thanks, Brian.
I bet.
Are you getting hot seat? We both are. Oh.
Oh, boy.
Someone forgot to make the slide. Get your help from it, Mike.
Look at that, nice and short, four slides.
Yeah, we'll have you out of here by 2.
All right.
We're not gonna cut your questions short, but we'll have you out of here by 2.
All yours.
Okay. I'll wrap up. All right, so Spencer and I are here to wrap up the presentations for the day. So talk a little bit about some priorities for this building and our teams that are housed out of this building, and then give a little bit of a
big picture, citywide, I got to put this down because I'm going to sit there and play with it all day. Big picture, citywide priorities that weren't really addressed by a lot of the other folks. So, how do I do this? Oh, there it goes. Second time's a charm. Okay, so here is
You need a new picture.
Yeah, right. All of our smiling faces. These are all the folks that work here in the office. So you've got Spencer and John, obviously, that work with Kim. You all know them well. And then you've got my team, which at this point you've probably met most of them. Lika on the left there is our most junior addition to the team, and she's been fantastic in everything that she's done so far. So it's nice to have an extra set of hands to be able to help with the day-to-day of the finance operation. Anything else you add on this one? Okay. Moving right along. So City Hall. So there are a few building addition or upgrades, if you will, that we would like to take a look at, mainly from an accessibility and a security standpoint. In the process of upgrading the police station and the fire station, they're both looking at a card entry system, and so we have inquired on what it would be, what it would cost to add a few of our doors here to that system. Keep going. And in doing so, really just provide a better layer of security to this building, really. We can see when folks come and go. We can see, if a door was left unlocked, who was the last person to leave, for example. You looked like you were going to add something to that one.
Oh, just that a building and department that shall not be named lost 2 master keys last year. So this is one of the reasons we want to do that is because that building, not City Hall, had to be rekeyed. And so there are just better ways to do this. And to control traffic, one of the doors that we'll probably do is the door off of the lobby into the other side, because we have some people who feel they're familiar enough that they just kind of walk in and start walking around and stuff like that. And so adding a little more security.
I think it's a great idea.
The system that we're buying that's going in the police station has enough capacity to add the other city building onto it. So it's just the hardware and the doors is all we need to do.
Have you considered security cameras for City Hall?
We've talked about it, especially as they are getting new ones, possibly getting new ones, seeing how the budget goes at the fire station. Again, looking at a system between fire and police that we could add on library and City Hall too. We're kind of going to wait and see what those costs are and how much, but we have talked about it.
Are you done with building improvements, or are we still going on building improvements?
Unless you have a question.
I do. In the past couple of years, we've heard talk about the roof and the weight of the roof on this building.
Dale mentioned something to that extent too.
And you work in here every day.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Is it the roof? I always heard it was the
tiles.
Oh,
The tiles on
I always thought it was the amount of storage straight above us.
I mean, they are.
My understanding it was the weight of the clay tiles. Was too much for the roof.
So the good thing is this is kind of Ed's expertise, and we're having going around to all of our buildings and identifying. He didn't mention he's identified some projects that we'll do at the Visitors Bureau and stuff like that. So I think the other one here we may be looking at is again replacing the HVAC system, which I think is original to the building, and we have to call out for repairs. Quite often.
If anyone wants to get in the sauna at 8 a.m, just come sit in my office for like 5 minutes, and you'll get a little bit of heat. Any other questions about the building specifically? Okay, moving right along. Systems, processes, and procedures. So this is a priority that won't necessarily cost us a lot of money. This is more so a continued effort to
take a look at and find efficiencies where we can find efficiencies. I don't know that a lot has changed in the last 30 to 40 years. So, things like cutting paper out of processes, right? Getting away from needing to print literally everything. Because every time you print, on any given day, poor Wendy could print 50 pages worth of stuff, and she every time has to get up, walk around to the printer, come back, and while that's only a couple seconds, right? You add that up throughout the course of the day and the week, and that's real time lost. And there's just better ways to do it, right? There's cost savings that are involved with trying to cut paper where we can too. So, getting the finance system up and running is my number one priority this year. Once we wrap up some stuff from last year, and with that, you'll see a lot of process changes to, rather than fit the system into our processes, to fit our processes into the system, right? Because as it stands right now, we have very little support with the system we have because of the customization that has gone into the system that we have. If something went wrong with the court system today, we have no one to reach out to. And that makes me nervous, trust me. So good segue to the final point on this one. We understand that with process, change is hard for everyone, right? It's just a matter of life. With a lot of these process and system changes, it's going to add stress to the staff's daily life until
it is adding stress.
It is already, right? And it's not even here, like they haven't even touched it yet. And so we as a management team are cognizant of that, and we're doing everything that we can to try to make sure that we minimize that to the extent that we can. It's not going to be non-existent. There's zero question about that. But to the extent that we can help them get through this, we can and will do that.
I think one thing we've noticed is while there'll be significant technical changes with the software, there's obviously been changes in management and half the staff at City Hall, which things have been done the exact same way for so long that change, for as much as people embrace it, when it actually happens, it's difficult. And so we've spent a lot of time, and we will continue to help with that. In fact, John actually is going through his master's program in it's like management strategy or
public administration.
No, it's not that. No. Don't let him help. He doesn't watch this later. But he just, he just did a class last semester on conflict and stuff like that. And for his term paper, he did a whole analysis of the office staff. And it was interesting how many different groups and overlapping groups and stuff like that. And one of the ones that we talked about, and it's just a natural thing, is with half of the staff being newer, we kind of have a staff that had been a long time with Mark and the staff that's not. And so that creates, I don't want to say necessarily conflict, but just it can cause tensions when the expectation is this way and some people have no expectation of what that was. And so we can talk about it, but working through it a little more difficult. So one of the things we've done is we're taking an hour and a half once a month to get together and actually do some training together, something that has not been offered to them in the past, to build up those skills and give them the tools to work through that and work better as a team.
Yeah. So
you guys, sorry.
Please.
Geez, I should have passed it because I lost my train of thought. Oh, are you thinking about investing some money in potentially these areas, or are you just thinking about investing your time? My point is, these are typically hard things to do from your vantage point. Right. Both the system process change, business impact analysis, and then communicating the team and managing the team that you're a part of. But there are, I think a small investment in, somebody else who has a different viewpoint to come and help you guys do some of that pays off dividends. So just wondering.
We haven't talked about that right now. We are actually doing it. John led a class, Zach led a class, and then I'm the next on the schedule. And we're doing a bit of a book club where we've a book on this topic, and we're going to be kind of going through it together that addresses that. So hopefully that builds some of the tools, but we'll be looking at any options that we think that will be beneficial.
And from just a system perspective, I don't know that this gets directly at the question you asked, but it indirectly does. In terms of training with the new system, right? One of the options is to do so over the internet, right? So they can sit at their desk and they can do that. The other option is to send them to Utah, which for certain members of our staff is likely the only way to do it, because it's the only way that they're going to be able to get away from the phones and away from the counter long enough to be able to pay attention, like long enough to be able to learn the system. And so from a system standpoint, we are investing in, training and education for the team building and the change management piece of things. I think we're open to anything. Okay. Any questions before we move on to citywide priorities?
So moving forward with this, say, modernizing the system that you inherited, if we could use that terminology, are there pieces that are getting added in all the time? Have you converted to like the software program you want?
So we've signed a contract for the new software, but it won't be fully up and running till January 2025.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. You're the one that benefits from it, so if you want to push it along. So there is a lot that they need to do and that we need to do till it's fully up and running, including some of the training that needs to happen before then. However, one of the parts that I think Zach and Leak have finally decided just to ditch is the payroll system with the old system. And so we already used an HR, human resource software for managing the HR side of things, enrollment, all kinds of things, leave times, timesheets, stuff like that. And they had a module to do payroll. And so we've already implemented that, because besides the old system just didn't work right. I don't know how much time it saves you guys.
Just to give folks Seth already has heard this spiel, because I did it at the convention center board meeting last time. But to give everyone a concept of what's possible with modernization. So with our DOS-based system, we can run payroll out of that. We have run payroll out of that for the last 35 years. I used to have to dedicate one member of staff for a half a week on the mid-month, at the mid-month draw. So we run payroll on 1 month increments, but we allow folks to take a mid-month draw where it's untaxed. They just draw from their mid or end of the month paycheck. Mid-month, I lost a person for 3 days at minimum. End of the month, I lost them for at least a full week, where all they did was payroll stuff. That's how confusing and complex the system was.
Ridiculous.
To put that in perspective with our new system, I run the draws now in 10 minutes. Lika runs the end of the month payroll processing in 3 to 4 hours. Right? So those are the kind of changes that I'm hoping for.
And I think we'll see that in accounts payable, utility billing,
100%.
Business licensing, court. So get on it.
In my mind, that's a level that was reached in about 2000. Because that's what we did.
The system's older than I am.
I know.
Put that in perspective too.
You guys store all the punch cards.
Right above you.
Yeah, right above us. Randy.
I think it was a yes, that you're on the system you like and pieces are getting
No,
No.
we are still on the old system, but we have converted to an interim payroll system. Once the new system's up and running, we'll decide if we continue with this interim payroll system or if we go to the new one. Depends on how well they integrate with each other. So, but we're still a year away from really implementing the new software.
Yeah, the new system does, to answer your question, does have, I mean, it has courts, a courts module, it has accounts payable, accounts receivable, it has the whole financial suite. So we can migrate everything that we have to that. And then I don't have to go searching through file cabinets to find an invoice from 2 years ago.
Right.
How can we as a council support the change and culture change that you guys are having? If we know what books you guys are going through, it just kind of helps us have a mindset of what you guys are going through with your staff and, you know, the mindset of the management.
Yeah, I'm happy to share the book we're reading. I can send that out after.
Absolutely.
Good deal.
Anyone else? All right. Moving on to citywide priorities. I don't think these are going to be shockers to anyone. So the first one on our priorities list that we need to figure out before, well, in conjunction with the rest of them is figuring out how to get our pension on better footing. From my perspective, the pension has probably been underfunded for years. And then you compound that with a staff that is older than they used to be and investment performance that has not been optimized. And it puts us well behind where we should be. And so,
in fact, the previously, the assumptions in the actuarial plan said that we should be receiving an average return of 6%. However, the investment strategy was only anticipated to ever bring in 5.5%. So why those things didn't match up, those are...
And it likely only brought in 5 on top of all that, right? And so, so all of that is to say, we have been working diligently with our pension company, it's the Standard, to make some tactical adjustments, if you will, to the pension that won't be felt necessarily on the employees' side. We'll deal with it on the management side to be able to shore that up. I said it in the council meeting this week. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but with relatively, they won't be painless, but relatively painless changes. Our hope is to, over the next 5 to 10 years, get that into a place where it is better funded.
Well, that's optimistic. I think the plan we are looking at is 15.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Some of that will be how aggressive we want to get in payments, but you get too more aggressive and there isn't.
Yeah.
We don't have that money.
Right.
So that'll be
And the
one of the things
goal
that we
is
talk
to
about.
reach what percentage funded?
Be north of 80.
Okay.
Right. So we're at 60 as of.
I'd love to be 100. But
Well, yes.
As
yes,
someone that's going
obviously.
to hopefully retire out of the system. But that is ongoing. I will say, to the Standard's benefit, of the first year I was here, we were working with someone and it was extremely frustrating. He only spoke in technical jargon as an actuary and couldn't come down to our level and refused to make recommendations. So he'd go through an hour-long spiel and then say, tell us what you want to do.
And then we look at him and go, well, what do you want us to do?
Yeah.
And
what should we do?
He's looking to us to be the expert. So sometime this last summer, we were notified that there was a change at the Standard, and we have a new person that they brought in who has been fantastic, who I think comes in with, I feel, more expertise that I can rely on, can communicate it well, and is giving us options and then a recommended option, the reasons why. And I think we're getting I think we're gonna be able to address this much better. We've already taken baby steps on many things. The last thing is really just how aggressive we want to get in paying it back, and we won't know what our options are on that till we see the whole budget come together, and then we can present that to the budget committee and see, here's how much new money we have this year. How do you want to spend it, with the pension shoring up being one of those things that we have to look at.
So are you looking at changing some investment strategies to improve your rate of return?
To best practices.
Okay.
It's an ongoing process. You know, I dealt with it for 25 of the 35 years I worked, and what you thought a year ago quite often changes the next year.
Yeah,
hopefully not substantially, but you never know.
Just recently, they came and said one of the funds that they're invested in is underperforming, so they're eliminating from their portfolio and recommending the other ones. And so I'm not going to second guess their expertise.
Right.
So
that's what you pay them for.
Yeah.
Right. With that, we also have negotiations with the General Employees Union that are coming up. I think our first meeting is 2 weeks from now. So we will see some sort of an impact. We don't really know. We don't have any idea what they're even asking for at this point. So we'll see some sort of an impact, I'm sure, from that. So more to come on that. I can't tell you much more than that because we don't know much more than that. And then you are all well aware of this beautiful picture of a wastewater system or wastewater plant. We are far more involved in a sewer plant, I think, than either of us would like to be. But hey, we've learned a lot, and we'll get it to the point where it needs to be able to run responsibly.
I think put the plan together so we know we're headed in the right direction and what the next steps are.
I missed it by 3 minutes.
Well, that theme, again, you have spread your tentacles out into every department, coming up with those longer term plans so that we don't get surprised in the future. Again, you know, you never know what happens, and there may be surprises, but at least you're a little more prepared for them.
Right.
I like to say that I think these frickin' frack of our city are doing a damn good job for us. I'll tell you that right now.
Now, you got to be kind of old even to know what that refers to.
I thought he said
You're right.
Yeah, fuck. Well, he's got the name that's almost right for it.
So, with your tenure now, each of you with the city, and with everything you've had your fingers in, do you kind of have the sense that you've found all of the surprises that we hope will never show up?
Have I identified all of the unknowns?
Right. That's a better way to say it.
Probably not. I mean, I can't imagine what the big ones may be, because we've kind of looked everywhere. I will say our consultant at the sewer treatment plant says every time I turn over a rock, there's more there. And so I don't know if we're done on that. Part of their work will be doing a full conditions assessment of all of our facilities, and so we'll have to see what comes of that. But I think we've identified that as a problem, and we have the plan. So I think we should expect that there will be things that need to be fixed and replaced in there. As I think around, no, I think we're aware. I think almost our whole city code probably needs to be updated piecemeal. I think our water system's in pretty good shape, but we'll update the master plan and do a conditions assessment at that time as well. And so we'd like to be sure of that rather than just a good feeling on that. I think the bigger thing, actually the thing I did mention is I appreciate all the department heads putting their work into this. However, I think it's going to be a very tight budget. So that's going to be that's not an unforeseen, it's expected. I think when you just adding in the the pension and the union negotiations, that may eat up more than new revenue we have next year. So, and there are some things in here where you've heard people say, well, we have to do this. These things are optional. And so it's going to be tight. And, my hope is that if we do need to tighten up, we're very strategic about it, and that the decisions we're making today give us more options going into the future.
That was kind of going to be my question, is as we find more and more things and, deferred maintenance and, replacement of things, where do we start finding the money for those things?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, we'll have to scrutinize our own budget. So and then we would do that for every fund, including our utility funds. The nice thing about utility funds, let's say sewer, is I know we don't
It's
like to do it.
It's enterprise, yeah.
But we have a say in the revenue to how to pay for it. The bigger problem in the general fund is we don't have an ability to raise property taxes or things like that. So, as I ran the numbers, if our property tax grows at 3% each year, that's $125,000, of new money next year. So that doesn't get you.
Doesn't get too many radios.
Yeah.
So now there's something to say a one-time purchase is much easier. I'm comfortable using our savings to do that. I'm not comfortable using savings to pay for ongoing expenses. And so those are some of the things that we can look at. We're going to look at every grant for anything that's a one-time purchase, grants and other sources, because there's a lot out there. Typically, there's not as much for operating, and so but we'll look at everything we can, and ultimately, like everything else, it's going to be really fine-tuning those priorities, because I'll say some of the things that were presented today, people came to me mid-year and said, we need to do this now, and I just had to say no. I will say that some of the change is for some of the people that you may think would deal well with the change. Some of the cultural changes, I think, there has not been any prior to me with Mark. There was really he was the only finance and budget person. What I mean by that is he kept it to himself, and so if you wanted to spend money on something, all you needed was a good, if you just had to go and make a good, I don't want to say sales pitch, but you had to get him on board. And he knew where the money was, whether he could do it or not. Now his thing was, he mostly said no, and was very stingy that way. And so there is a habit of, or there is a culture of, employees will come to me and they'll have all these good reasons, and I will agree with all their reasons, but I say no, and it's not for no, but it's no, not at this time, because I want to go through this budget process. I want to see every option, because an option to do one thing in October means we're not doing a different thing in July, and that's been difficult. And they'll come back with the same argument or try to make a better argument. It's like, it's not the argument. It's I don't know what I'm saying no to by saying yes to this. So that's been a cultural thing that we've worked on. There just hasn't been, the culture has been for departments to just have to ask for things. And so I'm saying, well, how are you going to pay for it? And putting a little bit more onus on them to do some of that work. Have you looked within your budget? Can you move things around, or what other ideas do you have other than having me or Zach checking the cushions for loose change?
I mean, frankly, even the responsibility over their own budgets, right? Like
they've never really had
prior to us, they didn't know what their budget was most of the time, and so they would come in and they would say, "Hey, do I have enough money to do this?" And Mark would go, "Yes or no." Right. And so,
and that still struggles some of that. I asked Zach the other day if I could get an update on where we're to the budget. And it's like, I can put that together, but it'll take me a day to put together, and I'd have to put all the other things aside. I'm like, okay, well, maybe in the next month, but, and again, a new system, that's 2 minutes to find the right report and print it.
Right.
So, there still isn't that financial accountability that we would like to have, where they can just open it up, see where they are, and manage their own budget
Right.
the way we would expect.
But all of that is to say, there's at least some feeling of responsibility over your operation, right? You're not just going out and buying things for the sake of buying things, thinking, hey, he'll figure it out, you know.
Well, I would
And
imagine
so-
they don't have huge discretionary budgets in their department. It's probably.
Depends.
Well,
Depends
the
on their
discretionary
department.
was all kept as, you know,
Go to
potential
Mark's desk.
backhold.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I will
we're going to
say-
put this potential in
Yeah.
there, and then
Yeah.
I will say, so far in this budget year, we are seeing a lot of savings in sewer, because
Yes.
Mike has more eyes on that and has put a stop and is actively managing the expenses down there that wasn't happening previously. And so some of the things we know we need to do in sewer, we think we can do in the existing budget because we're not spending other money. In fact, even as an example, the consultant came back and says, you're doing this testing that costs $25,000. You're doing it every quarter, and it only needs to be done once a year.
We were buying chemicals at $35,000 every 6 weeks or so. Don't need those chemicals. I mean,
Wow.
So
so
there's some savings there.
there's
absolutely,
right.
and that's the first place we're always going to look is at an individual's budget, and
Right.
At the same time, a don't spend anything is also a bad philosophy. It's
Right.
being wise and accountable with the resources we have.
I'm sure I speak for the whole council in saying that this, the new process is we're embracing it. We love the transparency and being able to see how things are rationalized. And I've been on this council, 12 years or so, but I was always under the impression, I'm not gonna give a quote or anything, that our retirement program exceeded the PERS in the state.
The
The other thing was that our sewer system was so robust that we could take on Gearhart when it came to a place that they would have to.
That's right.
So I guess
These are just falls. They're not-
two answers to that are, we are required to have an independent firm or something come in, look at our pension system, and it has to meet as
equal-
good or better,
yeah.
equal or better than the
PERS.
PERS
benefit
system.
level, not
Correct.
That's exactly it. It means our benefit has to be as good as that, but they do not consider or look at the actual funding level.
This was a responsibility of the auditor to tell us if we were funding adequately.
That's a good question.
So there are a couple of reports that go into the audit report. I think you could make the argument that even at 60%, we're likely still okay. We're just not where we're comfortable, right? So another downturn in the market, like that's part of what put us in this position was the downturn in 20 or 20.
The pension fund
22.
lost money in 2022, as probably most of your retirement portfolios did. And, but more, I mean, it's anticipated it's going to go like this, but it generally goes up. And I think the dip was larger than expected, probably like 2008. And so if we took if we changed nothing over the long term, it probably won't be as bad. It was underfunded before, but the loss in investments in 2022 exacerbated that.
And then the fact that our portfolio isn't optimized to recoup when it comes back means that we lost a lot and then also didn't recover as well as we could have. So,
right.
When it comes to the sewer plant, I'll just say there was a lot of confidence placed in the wrong place, and that's what we're finding out and trying to resolve.
Well, to Randy's point, I would say it's not just the increased transparency, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, but it's also the ability to participate in the budget process as opposed to just being told what the budget is. I feel like we actually have the ability to participate in the budgeting, which we never have. I mean, we just went through line by line, here's the budget, sign off, and we really appreciate that.
I appreciate that. I will say some of that is my own selfish reasons, and that is there are some real difficult problems we're dealing with. And I want to share that with everyone. But in reality, if we have to make some tough decisions and someone stops you at Safeway and says, why aren't you doing this? You can say, because we chose to do this instead, or, and so part of this, I hope, is that we all have some more ownership in it and understanding of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, we got you out of here 15 minutes, 13 minutes early.
Yeah, a little bit. Good job.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
We'll reconvene.
Thank you all for spending 5 hours here. Appreciate it. And we'll see you at the next one.
Great.